here you go. This is Emily C., my new bestie.
I hate the idea that someone out there hates me. I even hate thinking that Al-Qaeda hates me. I think if they got to know me, they wouldn't hate me.
This stole the show. Emily C. was phenomenal.
There's something you need to know.
What?
You're doing great.
Look at my baby. Here she is. Emily. 10 out of 10. Huge fan.
I see Emily C says 123. I trust her. She's really good.
Listen, Turtle. You gotta watch your language. I'm already live. So you need to follow the FCC guidelines.
She destroyed, left nothing in her path. It was so good.
Hi, guys. Am I on? Okay. Hi. Happy Sunday. I was not planning to go live right now, so I'm kind of scrambling, but I'm starting to realize that just might be like the energy every time I start a show, because that's been the trend lately. But let me tell you the origin of how we ended up here. And Grace, I saw your chat where you said, so eager. I've only seen it in dribs and drabs so far. Thank you for doing this. I feel like you and I have like a similar brain and processing style. So what happened was, same thing. I've been seeing this like screenshots from this interview between Gretchen Voss and Karen Reed. And I was like, I should sit down and read it. So I sit down and read it, and I start reading like in my head to myself. And I get like 2 pages in, and I realized I have not internalized, processed anything that I just read. So then I was like, well, I should read it out loud, because when I read out loud, I like remember things. So I'm like sitting here reading out loud to myself. And then I was like, well, I'm going to read out loud to myself in an empty room. I might as well just go live and do it for you guys, because maybe there's other people who also just need something read to them. I'm a big fan of audiobooks. So that's why we're here. And I am excited to do this. It's going to be a like talk amongst yourselves in the chat kind of day, because I'm going to have trouble like trying to navigate back and forth. But I appreciate you guys being here with me. And what else did I want to say before we get started? Happy Sunday, Goodmans. I want to show you a couple things first, and I want to talk about like this interview specifically and like who Gretchen Voss is. I was about to say who Gretchen Voss and Karen Reed are, but like I feel like if you're here, you know who Karen Reed is. So that's where my brain is. Gretchen Voss is a reporter in the Boston area. She wrote this article for Boston Magazine. And I'm sure that some of you guys probably know the lore even better than I do, because this was from 2023. But the gist of like the lore that I get is Karen Reed really like opened up her life and her home to Gretchen Voss to be able to like immerse herself to get to know Karen as well as possible. And then their relationship kind of like turned sour at some point. We can like look for indicators of that. I put a link to the actual article that was published in the description of this video if you want to read it now or before or after, and kind of compare what we see in the interview to what ended up in the coming to us as the public. And that, let's see. Oh, and this was interesting. When I was first going through this FOIA drop, I saw in the last couple of ones, there were also transcripts, but they were transcripts of the what was already put out to the public. So it was like the transcript of Body in the Snow. And it's like, well, I don't need to read that. Like, there's nothing new in that. If you saw Body in the Snow, it's just like the words from that. So when I saw more transcripts in this drop, that was what I was expecting at first. But an interview that was used to then write an article or to then put together a publication is very different because there's stuff in it that we haven't seen. And before we get to that one more thing, I want to show you something that I just find so stupid. And we heard about this in the trial, so this isn't actually new that it happened, but seeing it outlined is just so ridiculous. So what I am talking about is a document entitled, let me pull it up for you. Also, let me breathe. Oh, you guys, I got a new perfume and it smells so freaking good. I wanted to tell everybody. So the only perfumes I ever use are Marc Jacobs, and Marc Jacobs Daisy is like my number one favorite. I got Marc Jacobs Honey. Like, look how cute this is. And I smell so good right now. Just thought you guys should know that. Okay. This is the document I'm talking about. And the title of the document, if you can see it at the top, is called Materials Reviewed by Judson Welcher. Now, just a quick review. Judson Welcher was hired as the Trooper Paul stand-in in the second trial, which means that he is essentially an accident reconstructionist. He is a high question mark. Happy birthday, Danny. I don't have a happy birthday, Danny members only emoji yet, but I'm making one. Okay, so Judson Welcher is an accident reconstructionist. I am not an accident reconstructionist, so I could be wrong about this. But I am under the impression that if you are trying to reconstruct an accident, then the things that you might need for that would be photos of the scene, photos of the vehicle, witness testimony that witnessed the accident that you're trying to reconstruct, not just like witness testimony of like what happened at the waterfall or what happened in Aruba 3 weeks before, but like I witnessed the accident. I saw the car drive straight, that kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I would think that maybe somebody reconstructing an accident would want to know the weather conditions that night or whenever the accident happened. Maybe they would want to know, I don't know, the injuries to the decedent or whoever the accident happened to. But in this case, let's see what materials Judson Welcher reviewed. Down here, we scroll, we get to the entire transcript of the Boston Magazine interview with Karen Reed, dated June 20th, 2023. Cool. Okay, so I point that out just to say that this interview somehow informed Judson Welcher's reconstruction of the accident. So when he was talking to us about the Lexus flying to outer space and that sort of thing, this interview informed that. I guess maybe we'll see. Maybe she's going to in detail describe the collision when she hit John. I don't know. Deidre said, that's too scientific, Emily. Just go on vibes. And that is exactly, I think, what happened. So, hey, Mazza, how's it going? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to just read to you. It's 176 pages. I don't know how far we'll get. I don't know. This is a place where you can go with the vibes because we're not reconstructing an accident. I'm going to try to read it in like a way that comes across to you guys as the most kind of like entertaining. So less, where I can, I'll try to do less like questions. So maybe and I'll skip over some of the little like moments where they talk over each other or something. But for the most part, we'll just take it all in together. And I'll try to make it big enough that you can see. Does that sound good? Does anybody have any questions before we get started? Great. Let's do it. Interview of Karen Reed by Gretchen Voss. And also, I wanted to compliment Gretchen Voss on her turnaround on this article because the interview happened March 20th. I mean, what did I just say? June 20th. And then she published her article June 29th. So like, good turnaround. Okay. So Gretchen Voss says to Karen, maybe we'll just start at the beginning. Are you from Massachusetts? Where did you grow up? I was born in Brockton. We lived for a few years in Virginia when my father was getting his doctorate. And then I grew up mainly in grade school and high school in Taunton. In Taunton? Okay. And then college here? Yep. I went to Bentley in Waltham for undergrad and grad. Okay. And that's where we're teaching now, right? Karen said, I was. It's just kind of weird wording. Is that where we're teaching right now? Karen's like, I was. Were you teaching there with me? Exactly. Full of questions. Barbara gets it. Yeah. Sorry. Right. Yeah. Unbelievable. So unbelievable, I mean, is like, I'm on your side kind of vibes. So maybe take me back to, I think I read somewhere that you and John either dated or knew each other a long time ago and then reconnected. Yep, we had mutual friends. I knew girls from Braintree, which John was from, and it was when 2004. And my girlfriends from Braintree and I were right in this area at Faneuil Hall. And they said another group of girls from Braintree are having like a joint birthday party at a place that's now closed down in Faneuil Hall in the Black. No, that wasn't it. It was the Black Rhino on Broad Street. Oh, yeah. And that was John's now late sister's 30th birthday. And I met John there and we dated for a couple of months in the winter of 2004. And then I went to Ireland where I lived for a while for work, and I was going there indefinitely, so we broke up. And I left the area, and I ended up coming back. And then Gretchen says, so you broke up because you were going to Ireland? And Karen says, yeah, I didn't know that. Did you guys know that? Gretchen says, how long were you in Ireland? Like a year. Oh, okay, yeah. What were you doing there? I worked for Brown Brothers Harriman, which is, well, it's actually headquartered in Boston, but it's historically was an Irish bank. And I worked in their Dublin office. Okay. And are you a financial advisor? What are you? No, more, well, at the time I was in custodial arena of finance. Also, guys, I need to pause for 1 second and tell you when people talk about real world jobs, my brain just goes like, no, nope, can't relate, don't understand. So all of these words mean nothing to me. I was in custodial arena of finance. And then after I left Brown Brothers, I went to asset management, which is what I was doing at Fidelity. Okay, all right. And then, so did you guys have a great relationship for a few months? Was it sad to break up? Yeah, it was casual. I had celebrated my birthday at the time. He did meet my family, came down. I think my mother had something for my 24th birthday. John was living with his parents, and he was a cop in Duxbury. He wasn't BPD yet. But when I would bring him during those months, I would see his parents, and his sister was often, I don't think she was living there, but she was around often. But it was, yeah, it was pretty casual. And then we reconnected at the very beginning of the pandemic. He had reached out to me, and I knew that his sister and her husband had passed away in close proximity to one another. I didn't know that. I had read about it or someone forwarded it to me in 2014. And I thought, oh, I knew her. And she was very sweet and affable. but I didn't really know what had happened with John personally. But he told me soon as we reconnected that he had taken primary guardianship of his sister's kids. And he just had one older sister and one younger brother. The younger brother? Where's the younger brother? This is me ad-libbing. Paul's over there. He's in Bridgewater. Okay. And did you know him well, or no, he was there that night when I first met John. And then I don't know if I saw him again in that period when I dated John, but I did see him at all holidays and birthdays when John and I reconnected. Okay, so what? He emails you? Judgy. He sent me a message on social media that I actually hadn't seen because I wasn't on Facebook. He had sent it like 2 years earlier. And then during the pandemic, I think I logged back in out of boredom because I was working from home all the time. And this was when it was really locked down. I wasn't even seeing family. Everyone was in their cocoons. And I reactivated the account and I saw this message from him. And I said, oh, sorry, this is like a year and a half or 2 years late in response. And then we ended up getting together within a few days. Oh, like they're not even seeing family. And then they're like, we need to do it. Then it got really serious right away. I think the pandemic fostered that a little bit. Yeah, for sure. And was he living in Canton at the time? Yep. And you were living in Mansfield? In Mansfield. Okay. That's where I am now. And so the kids were living with him. The kids who were living with him were obviously with him then, like kind of locked down, like not in school at the time. Yep. I just saw this. Yep. Everything is yep. Yep. They were remote. And within like 2 months, I started doing my remote work from his house and helping oversee the kids. And John, I don't know if John was remote from A1, which is right down the street from here, for more than a few weeks, if he was at all. I can't remember. He did have like an abridged schedule. They were working more like shifts than they had before in his unit. But most of the time when I was remote and the kids were remote, John would commute into the city and work during the day. And I'd stay and watch the kids. And watch, I mean, they were easy. Logged into Zoom with school and take a break together at lunch, go outside, throw the frisbee around, and then I'd make them something. And then, John would be back at 4 and they'd have, they weren't doing sports for a while because of the pandemic, but everything was pretty routine. I want to pause here for just 1 second. I love seeing this window into their relationship, and not just into their relationship, but kind of, I feel like we've analyzed the end when things kind of soured between them for so long that you kind of forget that their relationship must have at some point been good. And if you think about the the benefit that Karen added to John's life in this moment, especially, like, think about how much freedom she allowed him just by existing in his life. And the fact that I think she downplayed it a little bit right here where she said, like, yeah, they were easy. Like, even the easiest kids during a pandemic, when they're cooped up inside and they're having to keep track of their online school schedules and there's tech issues with logging in and out. Like, I have a feeling that Karen was downplaying that, the not burden that it placed on her life, but just she took on a lot to make John's life easier. And the kids must have been really appreciative of that because they were getting a version of John then that I bet was less stressed out trying to navigate everything. And And John would come home from work and they would have had a nice day with Karen, and then they get to see John. And they were able to spend this like extended chunk of time with Karen, who clearly cared about them. And I feel bad for the kids, I think, and for Karen too, I think, that the narrative has kind of like dismissed this part of their relationship. And I worry that kids are very impressionable. And if they hear the same stories over and over and over and over again, they're going to lose the memories of this time of their life with Karen. Yeah, you guys get it. Thank you. Okay, back to this. And the fact also, sorry, before I get back into it, the fact also that Karen has made it clear, and maybe she's going to talk about it here too, that she was, it was not her intention to like find somebody to marry and settle down and have kids. Like that really wasn't a goal of hers. I think sometimes if you think about somebody who's like in their early 40s and single, you might imagine like a woman that's like, I'm going to marry, I need a baby now, my clock is ticking. And like that wasn't Karen at all. And she's been very clear about that. So the fact that she made this decision, that she was invested in her relationship with John to the point that they really became a family. Like this is what families were doing during that time. I feel bad that that has not been memorialized as part of Karen's story. Yeah, she's a career woman, and she was also still like killing it in her career. She didn't take a step back from her career at all to take on this additional role. She was still like crushing her career and took on essentially being a mom to two kids that she really invested in. Okay. So then Gretchen asked, and were you close with it? Like, was that easy? I know, like, I'm single. So when I date someone and they have kids, it's kind of, and Karen said, yeah, I don't think that I'd ever dated anyone with kids, certainly not kids that I was involved with in any way, because there was a mother somewhere in the picture. Oh, interesting. But there was no female in the house. Oh, such a good angle I hadn't even considered. But I enjoyed it. It was busier than I was before. It was just a real about face that I was working 2 jobs, working downtown, going to Bentley at night, and now like going to soccer fields and, CCD and things that I hadn't done before. But they were fun. We had a good dynamic. Then once we got more serious, so this was even like before they really considered their relationship like serious, she was taking this on. Then once we got more serious, we took them to Disney, we rented a Cape house, we rent a house in Newport, and we had something going on every couple months with the kids. And Gretchen says, and were you guys living together or just kind of mostly? I was there about 5 to 6 nights a week. And then I hadn't been in my house long. I have lived in the city for a long time. And then I moved to the suburbs, but I had just started to settle into my house. So I would go like 1 day a week. If I had something busy going on with work, I'd kind of need to hunker down and, focus and take the trash out and check the mail. So I was at John's maybe 5 to 6 nights a week, but most of my things were there. I started to, I brought my bike, my exercise stuff. Part of it was just, it was easier that way, but I still had my house and my mortgage. And then Gretchen asks, yeah, you could go when you wanted to. It sounds like a good setup. So tell me about your relationship. Like, what kinds of things did you do? What was it about him? When we first started dating, like the first 6 months because of the pandemic, we'd do like theme nights and we'd plan it all week. We'd order things, just me, John, and the kids. And we'd have like a Mexican thing. We'd hang up a piñata. The kids would put sombreros on, and we'd have like one night we were all going to dinner at somebody else in the foursome, and we'd basically just parody the other person. Oh, they're cute. And Gretchen says, "Oh, no way. That's hilarious." No way. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, we did like a formal thing just because John's niece, who was 12 at the time, just wanted to put on a dress and do her hair. So we got all dressed up. I mean, I have photos of all of this on my phone. And then once the pandemic started to ease, which was about a year, we'd go out more. That first summer we were dating, it was just to get away. We'd do an Airbnb somewhere and bikes and beach and go-karts. And John and I, we'd do one getaway with the kids and then we'd do one with friends. Just John and I and other adults. And then Gretchen asked what I was just wondering, and who would take care of the kids so you could get away? And Karen says, it was kind of a mixed bag. So he and I went away for about 3 nights, what we typically do, like 4 days and 3 nights. It was a shuffle. It was hard to get anybody to commit for 3 or 4 days. So they'd spend a night with each of their grandparents, a night with their paternal grandparents, a night with another aunt and uncle. So it was always family kind of pitching in piecemeal a little bit. Interesting. Also, I'm going to pause again for 1 second just to tell you what's going on in my brain. Part of the part of their relationship that we've seen where things started to get difficult between them, I feel like stems from the fact that they were kind of building the foundation of their relationship while they were flying the plane. Like, they jumped. If you think about like where your relationship typically starts, like normally it's like we talk on the phone, we're texting, we're talking, we're seeing each other once a week, we're meeting each other's friends slowly, then we're ramping up to like meet the family and kind of get to like this level where they started at like, we are like mom, dad, and the kids living together in this house, and then they're kind of going backwards to build their relationship just because of the nature of like everything that was happening in their world and in the world. And I can imagine that eventually leaves their relationship feeling like there were some holes in like places that they didn't have the chance to really build from the start. Gretchen is the reporter that is doing the interview from Boston Magazine. Yeah, and even like a typical relationship that gets serious really quickly, you still kind of like normally, even if you fly through those first couple stages of a relationship, you normally still have the chance to do them. And then there's the like exchanging of the keys, the moving in together, whatever. It was like they jumped to level 10 immediately. And then it sounds like they still were doing a good job of like making time for each other and like time for the two of them to spend outside of like being mom and dad. But that has to be hard. And what I did notice that I saw some of you guys just saying in the chat is it is interesting that they were having trouble getting anybody to even take 3 days in a row when now they've. Yeah. And then Gretchen asks, and the paternal grandparents are local as well? Karen, the paternal grandmother passed away in 2020 while I was seeing John. But the grandfather is local and he has a significant other, but the kids would go down to the Cape and stay with them. This is the paternal grandparents. Okay. And so leading up to everything that happened, can you tell me a little bit about that day? Like, I had read somewhere that you guys got in an argument about cereal or something. Karen says, I had taught the night before and I took redacted with me. So he often, probably every other one of my classmates at Bentley, redacted would come voluntarily. And then he and I would go out for like dinner when my class got out. So Thursday night, the 27th, we got in late, John's nephew and I. We were in Walden. I taught from 6:30 to 9:30, and then nephew and I left. And we went to Bertucci's, which was nephew's favorite. And we got in late, and then nephew went to bed. Like, that's so cute. Hold on, I need to stop for 1 second. That is so cute. Um, the nephew would voluntarily go with Karen to every other one of the classes that she was teaching. He was like sitting in a college classroom with her just to like be there. And then they'd go out to dinner. And also for anybody who's not local, Bertucci's is so good. And the one near me just closed and I miss it. They have this like brick oven pizza that's so good. Okay, back to this. John and I stayed up late, and in the morning, John had the day off. And I said, why don't you stay in bed? I'll do the school run with the kids. Usually, John would take his niece and I would take his nephew, and then John would go to work. And I'd go back and remote from John's house. And I said, John, why don't you stay? Because when I got back from school, he and I stayed up till about midnight just talking, and think I brought leftovers home. And he said, all right. So it was kind of a pivot. He was sleeping in. I wasn't really planning to bring his niece. So rather than make her breakfast, I took her to Dunkin' Donuts on the way. And when I came back, he said, I'm trying to mind her diet. And this is where I just want to pause for 1 second and say, I know we like to what is it? Like kind of look at everybody who's a victim or who's no longer here in like the best possible light, but we also are allowed to critique them. And in this case, John, dude, number one, no, don't mind her diet. She's 12. Number two, Karen just did a whole lot so you could sleep. How about a thank you? So I understand the frustration. I'm trying to mind her diet. But I was just temporarily frustrated that, well, it was a pinch. I had to give her something. So I did what was easy, which I know and then Gretchen interrupts to say, please, my son's eating Dunkin' Donuts right now. Thank you, Gretchen. So it wasn't an argument. When I was asked about that by the state police, what was that morning like? I wasn't volunteering that it was tumultuous or there was any upheaval that morning. I was just going through what I could remember in detail about that day. And then John had to get, I think, his oil changed, and I went home. I had work to do, and I thought let me, do some laundry, go to the dry cleaning and get some work done. So I stayed home all day working from my house in Mansfield. And then John and we knew this. There was an impending storm. And he said, start to think about coming back up. And you don't know how long you're going to be here. So bring everything you need if we get snowed in. So I left my house in Mansfield. I was hoping we'd go to this place, the Hillside, on the Milton-Canton line, where we had friends that John was talking to, the male friends, and I was talking to the female significant others. And that's where they were all convening. John told me, though, quote, I'm going to go to C.F. McCarthy's, which we had maybe been to twice ever. And it was very close to John's house. But he said, I'm going to go there with a couple of other guys who I knew. And I said, all right, well, maybe we'll get to the Hillside later and I'll meet you there. So John got transported there from I was going to say at the beginning, I'm pausing for a second for anybody who's not looking. Hey, Towel News Network. I was going to say at the beginning that I wondered if Karen was going to kind of like talk in riddles the way that Higgins said that she does, which I think is the most insightful thing he's ever said, because there were so many news clips of her where, and maybe it was just because I felt really invested in like what her answers were, but there were so many times where they would ask her a question like, did you hit John? And like the answer is no, just say no. And she would be like, we know who hit him. And it's like, we're not playing brain teasers here, Karen. Like, just answer the question. And so far in this, it doesn't seem like she talks like that colloquially, however you say that word. So it seems like maybe that was more to like really, like she wanted to get her point across in a specific way. But this is the first one. So John got transported there from a friend who picked him up. We do talk in riddles still a little bit. And he said, when Mike leaves, you're definitely coming because Mike's got to get his kids and I'm going to be stranded here. So you'll definitely be here with your car. And I said yes. So I met him there and everything was fine. I walked in just after 9 and we stayed for about 90 minutes. And John and I were, and then Gretchen interrupts, hold on, and says, so you were coming straight from Mansfield? Yeah. Okay. And how far a drive is it? A half hour. Okay. So you went straight there. And at that, who was there when you came into the first bar? John was there. I knew groups of people or recognized people in the bar, other people about our age, but John was with Kurt Roberts and Mike Camerano, who both of those men have children that are social with John's niece and nephew, but I know them decently well through the kids. All this, and this is Gretchen, all this, yeah, just how you became friends with the parents, like at the games. Right. Like I'd see the parents more than I'd see my actual close friends. Gretchen's really has a lot to say all of a sudden. Yeah, I get that. Just as an aside, what kind of activities were the kids involved in that you would be meeting these other parents? Karen says everything. Baseball, soccer, flag football, baseball for him, softball for her. They both played basketball. He played touch football, CCD. Hold on one sec. Okay. CCD. Nephew was going to be in a play and he had to go to practice for that. Oh. There was always at least 2 balls in the air per kid. And then Gretchen interrupts again. And were people friendly to you? Yep. And then Gretchen seems surprised by that for some reason, even though it seems like Gretchen is friendly to her. Gretchen says, yeah. And Karen says, yeah. Why? And then Gretchen says, and kind of treated you as like a mother almost? Karen says, yeah, I felt welcomed by everyone. I think people appreciated that I was just there to help. And I was mindful I didn't want to be perceived as like oh, interesting. Okay, wait, hold on. I was mindful I didn't want to be perceived as like John's mother was always around. And from what John told me, she was closest to John's sister and the least close to John. So I was always very mindful not to look like I'm trying to replace his sister. That was always, I wouldn't call it a bone of contention, but it was a sensitive area. I felt like she thought I was encroaching on some hollowed ground. So when we would go to sports and stuff, I always kind of hang in the back, like if anybody needs me, I'm here. But I didn't want to act like I thought I was a mother or gave birth to these kids, or I have the real stress of raising kids. I'm just kind of John's girlfriend. I feel bad. I'm going to pause for one sec. This is my 2 cents. I feel bad that they made her feel like that because she was living the real stress of raising kids. Raising kids is not the same as birthing kids. And I wish that they had shown her the gratitude that she deserved in that moment because she was taking on so much for a family member of theirs that if you love somebody, you would want that for them. Like Karen was the exact person and taking on the exact role that like a family member who's prioritizing their loved one's um, what's best for them would be so grateful, right? Yeah, Paul's over there. And that wasn't even apparently John was the least favorite. Okay. Right. And so you guys are hanging out at that bar for a while, drinking a lot. Like there's, talk of how much is being, alcohol's being consumed. And then Karen says, I was drinking like I normally would. I tend to talk a lot when I'm out in those and when I see people and when people see the bar footage, I'm very much in the middle of a group, and Liza's seen it too. I think Liza and AJ were there for this. This is at McCarthy's and at the second bar as well. I tend to stop drinking and, I'm very extroverted around people when I'm in that environment, but we weren't. And then, so Yannetti is there. Interesting. Yannetti is there and says, well, and then Karen says, yeah, I've had and then he redacted 3 lines. Interesting. Wow. God damn it. These redactions. Everything kind of, and then Gretchen says, is it like redacted? And Karen says, yeah, well, redacted. Oh, this is her medical stuff. Okay. I got it. Redacted makes more sense now. This is about her. This is HIPAA stuff. So whatever I eat or drink is, goes through the system fast. So if I were to drink like beer, I wasn't that night. I was drinking vodka sodas. But the more I drink, the more I have to use the ladies' room. Just the more I ingest. And then Gretchen says, yeah, and how does that feel for you? Is it just like stomach pains? No, I don't have pain. I just feel like I need to use the bathroom. And it just seems to go through fast. Like last night, I had a bottle of water, and within like an hour, I'm going to the bathroom 3 times. But I'm used to this. It's been like this for a long time. So it's just the more that goes in, the more it goes through fast because I don't have any reservoir to hold it. Right. And how does that affect you? Redacted. So it's not a coincidence that I've been stricken twice. They are interrelated. The underlying cause is the same, just a broken immune system. And then redacted. Also, like, again, it seems like Karen has a really positive attitude about things. Like, she's not kind of stewing on what she's had to go through with her health. She's like, yeah, I get it. Like it is what it is. Like, this is just something that I live with. And then meanwhile, Michael Proctor and co are going to take something like that and turn it into the punchline of a joke. That's something that clearly she's taken a long time to kind of like come to terms with and be okay with and figure out how to live life with. Michael Proctor's like, balloon knot, yoga pants. All the girls are going to want it. Dumbass. Karen says, and I don't think if I had been diagnosed 20 years ago, I would have had this treatment available to me. Gretchen says, right. So on a daily basis, does it affect you like the redacted affect you or no redacted? But I don't feel encumbered by it. I don't think about it, throughout the day. Gretchen says, it's more like the stomach issues and yeah, that's right. Yeah, that need more care. Right. They're both just saying things without saying it. Right. So tell me what it was. What was the scene like at CF McCarthy's? It was happy. I mean, it's Friday night. The snow had lightly started to fall at some point while I was there. So it wasn't snowing when I drove to meet John, but it felt festive. It was just after the holidays. Everybody was in a good mood. The kids, we were all assuming the kids' sports would be canceled the next day, which was nice, not having to get up at like 7 on a Saturday. So everyone was in a good mood. You know, on the surveillance, John and I are affectionate. We're laughing and, you know, backhands and backhand, jokingly off the shoulder. But yeah, it was happy. And then Gretchen says, yeah, and it was, sorry, maybe you told it was John and a couple of his friends. Yes, there was, and a few people filtered in and out, a couple that I didn't know that was introduced to. The original two John was with left, a couple newcomers came, and I knew most of the people there. And Gretchen said, and was there a band there, or was that was at the waterfall? The next, okay. And then you decided after, like, how long to leave. After about an hour and a half, so around 10:30, just a little bit past, John said, you know, I don't know, actually. John was the impetus for this, but we decided we were going to leave. I was still asking, could we go to the hillside where our actual friends and these people aren't people that we associate with because of children. We chose to do it adult, you know, outings with them. And he said, well, it's starting to snow. I thought he told me at the time that it was Jen McCabe telling him to come over to the waterfall. Since we've seen evidence from the phones, it now appears that it was the Alberts, Chris and Julie, asking John to come over. But my memory was in that moment, I thought John told me Jen McCabe's over at the waterfall. I'm going to pause for 1 sec. I feel like both of those things could probably be true. If John had said, like, Chris and Julie are telling us to come over to the waterfall, that he might have known that didn't like mean anything to her, but that she did know Jen. So he said Jen's name, even though the text messages were coming from Chris and Julie. This is a great Music to My Soul said that the jury never heard about how Karen's body processed liquids when they convicted her of OUI, did they? I don't believe they did. Great point. Sarah B. Creative's been a member for 6 months and said, sending love and light from the coast of Maine. The coast of Maine sounds lovely right now. Oh, lucky you. Okay, back to this. Chewbacca asked, do we know who's watching the kids this night? They both had play dates, like, organized, and the nephew was at a sleepover at, somebody in the chat must know whose house, because then they brought him back home. But then Kaylee was old, or niece was old enough at that time to be home alone for like a little bit, I think is the vibe that I'm getting. So she was at a friend's house, but then ended up getting dropped back off to sleep at her house. And that was how Karen did some, please know I'm being sarcastic here, intentional infliction of emotional distress, where she decided that she was going to ruin Kaylee's life by knowing that she hit John and then intentionally waking her up to inflict emotional distress on her. That's the lawsuit that they're in right now. So yes, Kaylee was home, but or niece was home, but the nephew wasn't. Okay, give me 1 sec to take a sip of this. I know that Melanie always mutes when she takes a sip, but I'm scared if I mute, I'm going to forget to unmute. So just bear with me. So therefore, I thought Jen was reaching out to John. So I didn't know of John's text to any of the Alberts. So I think I just assumed it was Jen, and maybe that wasn't a safe assumption, but that was across the street and just down 1 block. So I left my car where I'd parked on the street on Washington Street outside of McCarthy's, and John and I walked over to the waterfall. There was a group of about a dozen people, and I knew most of them. It was Brian Albert and his wife and their daughter. I might have said hi to his wife, and I said hi to him. I was never introduced to the daughter. Chris and Julie Albert were there. I had just met them formally for the first time, and Brian and Nicole 1 week prior at the Hillside. John and I had gone to a matinee Bruins game. We went to the Hillside on the way home. And this same group of people, give or take, it was after a hockey game, a kids' hockey game. They were at the Hillside, and we just coincidentally met them. So it was this same group, the McCabe's, and then another couple that I knew from the kids' activities. So these are all like, they know each other really through the kids. Well, that was Gretchen's question, sorry. So Karen's responding now, if they know each other through the kids. Karen says they'd all been at I think, a kids' basketball game and then decided to go for drinks afterwards. So they all came from the same place. It was my understanding. Gretchen asks, what was the atmosphere like? Karen says, yeah, it was fine. I mean, I see it play out, and that's how I remember it. We walked in, half hugged a few people. John, shook the men's hands, and we just kind of set up shop on one side of this high top bar table and just started on one side of this high bar table and just talking the whole time. The group of about 12 people, it was very similar to McCarthy's. There were just more people, and there were women in the group now, but there was no incident. I didn't really speak to the Alberts. I spoke mainly to the McCabe's and this other couple. The husband and I worked in the same general area of the financial district, so we talked to them and Jen McCabe mainly, but it was uneventful. Gretchen says, yeah, do you remember what any of the conversations were about or with Jen? Okay. Karen says, yeah. So Jen told me that I think this has MS because they've talked about this. I had switched drugs at the time to a drug that she had a very bad experience with, and I was not having a good experience with it either. So we talked about that for quite a while. I'd say like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And I said, I don't know if I want to stay on it. And she said it was a nightmare for me. I talked to the wife of this kind of ancillary couple. Okay. Hi, Karina Kolokithis. You're not ancillary to me, you're the star. This kind of ancillary couple, just about how I wished John's family was more participatory in minding the kids periodically so John and I could do couple things, because I did feel sometimes I didn't get stressed by the kids. I felt John got overwhelmed and we were functioning as this de facto family. But it wasn't lost on me that John and I still needed to do couple things and be a couple, because if we're not functioning, then this group is not going to be sustainable. That is very insightful and correct. So it wasn't that I loved being around the kids, but like I'm saying, John and I needed to work as a couple in order to try to help parent these young children. And so the kids have these 3 sets of aunts and uncles. 2 of the 3 have no children. John's brother is nearby. He's got 2 daughters that are John's kids' age. And it just felt like John was doing everything. And it was like pulling teeth. We couldn't even go away for a weekend and have one person host the kids for 2 days. We'd be in Florida and John would be managing who's picking them up now, who's taking them to basketball. It just felt like John shouldered the burden disproportionately, even though they lived with him. I wish people helped to steam out I wish people helped get steam out of John's pot from time to time. It's a really cute way to say that. I've never heard, is that a saying? I've never heard that. I wish people helped get steam out of John's pot from time to time. What a cute way to say that. Yeah, I'm gonna pause for just one sec. Jomar said, and nobody's helping them. Like they were taking on a lot, and even like I was focused at the beginning about the fact that Karen was taking on a lot, kind of at the beginning of this relationship, but that jumps right over how much John took on when he I don't know, decided or volunteered to adopt his sister's kids. Um, that is a very big uh, favor that he was doing to everybody, like a very noble thing. I think we all know that, but also he made everybody's life so much easier by being the one who said, "I will take this on, and um, I will make sure that like these kids have a good upbringing and like a happy, healthy home and everything." And if he needs a weekend, like he took on life and he was asking for a weekend, and it doesn't seem like he was getting that support. That's hard. Okay. Gretchen says, yeah, I mean, that's a lot. That's interesting that, so why actually did they go live with him? Like a single, he's a police officer, busy, single guy. Like the brother has kids. Karen says, yeah, he told me no one wanted to take them. Yes. So John's mother wanted to take the kids from Canton, where they were living with John's sister, and bring them to Braintree to the house that John grew up in. And John said, now the kids were 6 and 3 at the time. And John said, they lost their parents. I'm not pulling them from the neighborhood where their friends are and their school system. Someone needs to go and stay with them and keep things as steady as they possibly can be. And John's parents have a strained relationship. I want to just pause there for 1 second and just because I think we're getting into a little part where it is going to be a little bit hard on Peg O'Keefe, and potentially rightfully so. I will say it does seem like after the loss of John that they did honor that. I think, well, they didn't, from what I understand, put the niece in the school that John was excited that she had just gotten into. But I do believe that they ended up staying in the house that they were living in. So that seems like they at least kind of honored his wishes. Maybe it actually would have been better if they had left Canton and left the people that... That's too much of my commentary for now. We're just reading. Gretchen asks about John's parents. They're married, but they have Karen says they're married, but John and I would always joke and call them ships in the night. So John had a condo in Dorchester, and he said, I'll sublet and I'll go move in, but the kids need to stay put. And he and his mother there wasn't like an official legal battle, but she wanted them to come live with her. She didn't want to go uproot her life in Braintree and go to Canton. So John moved into his late sister's house, and he told me, my mother was there all the time. I'd work all day, and then I'd come home and she'd have taken over the kitchen and the laundry. And he said, I felt like he often said to me, I feel like an au pair in my own life, that my mother is very controlling, but she gets worn out and tired quickly. So someone needs to be there. It can't be my parents in their 70s raising these kids. So John eventually, after I think it was 3 years, in 2017, he said, I need to move out of this house. I'm on the couch. Sometimes my mother sleeps here. I need to have a life. and I can't be the nanny at my late sister's house living with my mother half the time. Yeah, that's a lot. And like that must have been emotional too. Like, not only are you taking on all this stress, but you're in a house where the kids have lost two people. Wow. So, John's solution to this was to sell the house and start from scratch with a new house. And it's not Kristen's, that's his sister. This isn't Kristen's old house. This is John's new house now. So, John moved to the other side of town in a bigger, newer house where they could kind of spread out more. But when we started dating in the pandemic, he said it was kind of all starting again. Quote, my mother would let herself in. She'd ask what the alarm code was. I'd come home. My mother would be there again. So he kind of traded addresses, but the problems stayed the same. So when we started dating, I would be home, they're remote, and the kids this is when they went back to school, and John's mother would still let herself in. His father would let himself in. I said, John, I'm used to my privacy and quiet. I've got 2 jobs that even though I'm sitting in the kitchen counter with a computer, I can't socialize with your parents at 11 o'clock. Sometimes I've got a Zoom. So I said, either I have to start spending more time at home where it's controlled, or you need to respectfully tell your parents, like, quote, adults live in this house, and you can't just, I'd be in a towel right out of the shower, and his mother would be walking up the stairs, like asking if anybody's home. Gretchen says, yikes, I can't even imagine. So there was a lot of dynamics at play. It was just a very untraditional and untenable situation. Gretchen asks, right, and how did you get along with the mom? Karen says, I get along with everybody. And then Gretchen's like, but yeah. Karen says, but I didn't feel she, in my opinion, had John's best interest. I mean, you could see his demeanor change when she was around. And I never saw him. We had this joke. I said, quote, John, I never see your mother hug or kiss you. Or maybe on Christmas Day or on your birthday, you touch cheeks. And he would joke and say, the last time my mother hugged me was when I was in the hospital when I was 3 and I had the croup. Oh. And I think that was pretty accurate. His father was much warmer and complimentary of John, but he probably came over like 3 to 5 days a week, just unannounced, show up and sit on the couch and put the Golf Channel on. So it was no knock on his father or mother, but it was just, this is a grown man. He's 45 years old. He's dating another middle-aged woman. There's a teenage girl who doesn't want to leave her room. And now there's elderly parents circulating in and out of the house. And that it was a stark contrast to how I lived previously. But I could see, even though John wasn't used to his privacy the way I was used to mine, this would have exasperated any adult. Yeah, I'm seeing you guys in the chat. I know I can't pull anything up right now, but I'm just gonna pause there. This is such an interesting window into all the dynamics at play, but also I feel like the way that Karen is describing everything, I also am getting a new kind of understanding of her. Like, she seems very aware of social dynamics and analytical, and like she's somebody who kind of like looks at a situation and understands like all of the different dynamics at play and what led to those. And I feel like the narrative that has been put out about these dynamics up until now that I've at least received has been more just like Karen didn't get along with the mom. The mom did blah, 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 like basically saying like nobody ever got along. And that doesn't seem like this was the case at all. This was a strenuous time. Like, think back, COVID was so weird in general. Everybody, even if you had the most like healthy living situation and work situation and family situation and friends situation, COVID was still hard. And this was all of this, plus the loss of his sister, plus adding her into the life, plus COVID, plus kids getting into new phases of their life. Like now, the niece is a teenager. Like, this is a lot. And I feel like, and granted, this is Karen telling the story. So people do like kind of present themselves in the best light, and we have to keep that in mind. But it does seem like Karen was very careful about kind of like inserting herself in, like, picture if she's like water filling in gaps. Like, she wasn't inserting herself into places that she didn't belong. She was looking for where there was a need and inserting herself into those places and being careful not to like overstep. And I wish that they had appreciated her and listened to her. Okay. So then Gretchen asked, was he kind of overwhelmed with the whole situation? Real insightful question, Gretchen. Like, no, you loved it. Karen says, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think anyone who knew John on a personal level would admit that he was overwhelmed and frustrated at times, and not with the kids themselves, but there was no clear boundaries. He would lament to me, when his niece was younger, I'd come home from work and she'd crawl in my lap and we'd put a Disney movie on. And his nephew was just a little guy. And he goes, no, she doesn't come out of, I don't know what that means. I mean, he's going through this adolescence with this girl who was okay. He was the fun uncle. He had like a t-shirt that said Funkle that they bought him when his sister was still alive. But now he has to enforce rules and buy bras and maxi pads, and he needed help parenting, and he needed some advice, and his parents weren't offering it. They were trying to just do it instead, rather than give him the toolkit that he needed to navigate this. So it was very complicated. Oh, that's so hard. Oh, God. Let's all, one thing I do want to say is I do think that sometimes in moments like this, we can kind of like look at it from an outside perspective and just be like, oh, that's hard. We can also like take some lessons about like the kind of people that we want to be. So if you are in any kind of similar situations and you see actions that you don't like looking at from the outside, don't do them. And then we'll make the world a better place. And sorry, I also just needed to ramble that for a second so I could turn the air conditioning on, which just decided to go on eco when it's like 1,000,000 degrees outside. We're back. So it was very complicated. Gretchen says, yeah, sounds like it. And that must have been hard for you too. I mean, as a single woman without kids, all of a sudden to have these 2 kids in your life. Karen says, I didn't feel frustrated. I just felt busier, but it felt healthy. And I felt like this is what I'm here to do. Not to live your selfish little life and worry about your job and your friends, but to participate. And I know I'm capable of it. And helping with algebra. And she started to come to my hair salon with me, the niece. Once a month, I'd go. Also, like, drop the name of your hair salon, Karen, because your hair is spectacular, always. Once a month, I'd go and I'd get my hair highlighted and she'd get hers. And shopping, shopping at stores she wants to shop at. So I felt like I can do this. Like, I was her age once. I remember it like it was yesterday. But in John's defense, I also didn't have the onus of something if something went wrong. So if they acted unappreciative or disrespectful, I didn't look at it as if I felt like anything I did was gravy. Whereas if they acted up, John would feel like, well, how did they come to be this way? Where was the oversight? So I kind of had the best of both worlds. I was getting close and they were getting close to me, but I also wasn't there for the years leading up to it. So if something was awry or amiss, I could just blame it on what happened before I walked in. Interesting. It was like she got to take on like the Funkle role that he used to be. He was probably jealous of that a little bit. Like maybe not jealous, but like envious that she was getting to do what he loved doing before he had to take on more responsibility. Gretchen says, right, exactly. And he was like a strict, did they call him dad? No, they called him JJ. The kids called him JJ. And that was what they had called him when his sister was still alive. And Gretchen says, okay, when he was Funkle? When he was Funkle, yeah. Funkle JJ. And then Karen says, he was more controlling than strict. And the way I decipher the two is he would start strict and he had a lot of rules, but they weren't enforced. So he was always telling them to pick something up or help with the laundry or put the dishes away. But oftentimes those things didn't get done. And then he'd get aggravated. So he'd try to be strict. But my definition of strict is it's not a rule if it isn't enforced. I agree. Then they just say, yeah, right, yeah, right, exactly, back and forth for a couple seconds. Gretchen says, in general, hold on. In general, like, what kind of person was he? Is he like fun guy? Was he serious? He had a really great sense of humor. He didn't have the bravado that a stereotypical cop has. No ego, no pretension. He was frugal. He was just a regular guy. I think if his personal life wasn't complicated by what happened to his family, he'd be more relaxed. But he would get frustrated easily. But when he was present and relaxed, he was a lot of fun. I don't know of him to ever mistreat anyone, or I don't know of anyone that, with an exception, whoever had an issue with him. Buckle up. Everybody put your seatbelts on. Who's the exception? Now, before I read this, I do want to say we have to be mindful when we're reading this part that he was also like, this is not just like an expose of like their relationship in general and like get to know these people. They were doing this interview because she was on trial for a murder that she didn't cause. And that at that point, they were working on a defense strategy that involved third-party culprits, including including a person that she's about to talk about, which is Colin Albert. So we do need to take this part of the interview just with that lens. It doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean that she's exaggerating or anything, but just she is making a clear choice that this is something that she wants to put out to the public. And potentially because of everything else surrounding this case. Does that make sense? Okay, let's go back one sentence. I don't know of him to ever mistreat anyone, or I don't know of anyone that, with an exception, whoever had an issue with him. Who is the exception? The exception is Colin Albert. Tell me a little bit about that. So when I started dating John early in 2020, We were sleeping one night. I want to say it was April or May of 2020. And John's phone started going off with his Ring alerts that there was activity setting off the Ring cameras. And he had two. He had one over his garage and he had one at the front door. And John jumped out of bed and said, "If that's that freaking Albert kid, I'm going to lose it." And John goes out the front door, down the steps from the second floor to the first floor of the house, which leads to the front door. Now John's got like boxer shorts on, no shirt. I'm following behind him because now I'm looking out the front window and I can see there's kids congregated on John's front lawn. John goes to the front steps and says, "Get out of my yard." They were literally not adjacent to the yard. They were in the front yard and they all had backpacks. They looked like high school age. And Colin Albert, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I learned within about 2 minutes who he was, yelled a string of expletives at John. "Go F yourself. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself." And now John, he might have said something back. I don't think John swore, but maybe said, I don't know if John swore, but maybe said, "Get the fuck out of here." So he did swear. At this point, John's nephew had come out of bed. The front door's open, the lights are on, and there's screaming going on in the vestibule of the front door. And the nephew comes, he's behind me on the stairs. It probably I was just wondering if they have the Ring video. It probably lasted a minute, this verbal altercation. But John comes back in. I said, "Who the hell is that?" And he said, "That's the Albert kid that lives a couple doors down." When John and he said, "He's a shit. He's a fucking punk." And, John complained about him for a couple minutes. He said, "This happens. He's just a freaking hothead." Then in the morning, John and I went out and there was all Bud Light cans in this cluster of bushes on the front corner of John. John was on the main street and a side street. And there was like a dozen empty Bud Light cans. So what we realized they were doing is they would drink at a house on the other side of John. And then when the party got busted up or the parents came home, rather than Colin walking to his parents' house, now Colin's only 16 at this time. I've learned now that he was 16 at the time. Rather than walk in, probably drunk or buzzed with a bunch of Bud Light cans, they would just drop their trash in John's yard between the houses where the party was and where he was going for the night. There was one more incident that happened. There was one more incident that the same thing happened again. But by the time John opened the front door, as soon as John opened the front door, this was maybe a month later, they ran out. There wasn't really an exchange. And then Gretchen says, "How did John know who he was, like Colin Albert?" Karen says, "Everyone in Canton, the people we were around, they all knew each other. There was, when you drove by your neighbors, you stopped and talked. Chris and Julie, now Chris owned this pizza place that was right in the middle. I'll call it Main Street, but it was Washington Street. Everyone knew who he was. Every time she drove by, she'd yell something at John." Wait, hold on. Blah, blah, blah. Comment. Everyone knew who he was. Every time she drove by. Who are we talking about? Every time she drove. Oh, Julie. Every time. Okay, I got it. Every time Julie drove by, she'd yell something at John. They called him Mr. Nevercracker, which is never. I don't know the movie. It's some Disney or Pixar movie where there's a grouchy old get off my lawn guy. And when I met Julie, now I would wave to Julie or I'd see her because John lived at a stop sign. So everybody who lived deep in the neighborhood all kind of filtered in and out in front of John's property. When I met Julie formally for the first time on January 22nd, 2022, she said, "I've got to show you something funny. Look at how we saved John's contact in my phone." And it was the name Nebercracker. And it was the cartoon character of this old curmudgeon-y man. So after these incidents with Colin, John and I went away. We were in Florida visiting friends of ours, and we were no sooner at the baggage claim, having landed in Florida, when John gets a text that I believe was from Julie, and it was them drinking Bud Lights, holding them up like this on John's front steps. So John's ring went off that there was somebody on the front steps. And they also took a selfie, like taunting John. Gretchen says, "Wait, this is Colin or Julie?" And Karen says, "This is Julie, his mother, and Chris, his father, middle-aged parents, Chris, who owns the pizza place." So this was what I realize is they're not apologetic for their son. They're kind of annoyed that John has had words with this kid. Gretchen says, "So was that sent in a funny way?" Or like Karen says, "Yeah, funny, but kind of like blip." Something didn't record, but kind of like blip, I guess. That's how he was saved in Colin Albert's mother's phone. And when I first met her, that was the first thing she told me. She goes, "Get a load of this. Does John tell you what we call him?" And I said no. And she said, "He's Mr. Nebercracker. This is at a table full of adults. She's passing this around. Look how we saved John in this phone." And Gretchen says, "And again, is this like friendly or is this like passive aggressive? Like, what is going on here?" What do you guys think? Because I think that they've tried really hard to just be like, "Oh, it's a joke. It was funny." And I don't think that they were like being mean, but it's like, especially with this leading up through the backstory of like John needing to take on this role of being more authoritative and wanting to be the fun guy. I feel like it strikes a nerve that it is possible that they didn't know that they were striking, but it does feel, you guys feel the same way, passive aggressive bullying. It just feels like, and almost like when a middle schooler doesn't have anything like interesting to contribute to a conversation or to talk to their friends about. So they just say something mean or gossipy or whatever because it's just a thing to say. That's kind of the vibe I get, is like childish. Franny, thanks. Yeah, and then they've kind of had the chance to like rewrite this in the public as like, "Oh, it was a joke. Like John loved the joke. Like we told them about it. It wasn't me." And it's like, I guess, but like, yeah, hold on, gaslighting. Living Story World said gaslighting, quote, "I'm not touching you, finger by your face." Yeah. Or like kids being like, "I'm looking out your window right now." Yeah, bullying cloaked in a joke. You're a poet and you didn't even know it, Jess. Okay, let's get back into it. And then I'm going to have to take a break in like 5 minutes and get a new seltzer because mine is empty and my throat is dry. But let's get to the end of this kind of chapter. Karen says, "I found it odd that a woman my age, a little bit older, I was offended for John that they were making fun of him because I just find him so agreeable." Also, okay, I know I'm gonna stop there for 1 sec. Like when you very first start dating somebody too, you're like, you see like all the best things about them, and it's like you almost feel like there's not like, oh, the whole entire world must also be like so obsessed with my person the way that I am. And then you're like, like, I'm obsessed with this person. I think he's like the greatest gift to the world. And all you guys are focusing on is that he didn't want your 16-year-old child getting drunk on his front lawn and littering. Also, the littering is a very ironic, I didn't even think about this until right now, is very ironic considering the rubber ducks. Oh, it was so funny that Colin was just littering beer cans when Rich Schiffer's getting like locked up for littering rubber ducks. Interesting place, that Canton. Okay. And John was docile and it felt a little antagonistic. Not aggressively so, but it's okay. I should have just waited because Karen was going to say it better than I could. It wasn't aggressively antagonistic, but it's not a flattering analogy. And then Gretchen says, and you would, yeah. And then Karen says, and Gretchen asks, well, from what I hear, I have, acquaintances in Canton. That's sort of the way, like, it's sort of like letting your kids, they're friends with their kids. Everyone's drinking together. And then Karen says, yeah, I didn't grow up like that. We didn't socialize with each other's parents. We also didn't call each other's parents by their first names. I noticed like generational shifts that John's kids, when I met them, were 9 and 12 and referring, oh, that's Jen, that's Kerry, that's Sue, that's Kate. And I'm like, wait, are those your friends? Those are their parents? And I said, you don't call them Mrs. Jones? And I mean, and then Gretchen says, so it sounds like from the first time, that incident with Colin, there had been history there. So he had been doing that for a while. And Karen says, yeah, in the early summer of 2020, the kids were still remote schooling and nephew had a break at lunch. So I made him lunch. John was at work and he and I played Frisbee in the backyard. John had speakers in his backyard. So we would put on, nephew and I had our own playlist. Songs that he and I both liked. And we'd try to see how many volleys we could have without dropping the Frisbee. And we had the music on, but not blasting. This is like 11:30 on a June day. And and the nephew's sister, so the niece comes to me and says, one of the neighbors is saying you need to turn that off or they're going to turn it off for you. And I said, who? And she goes, you don't know them. I'm like, but we know everybody. What neighbor that knows your number is texting? They texted the niece and said, you need to turn that music off or we're going to turn it off for you. Okay. What neighbor that knows your number is texting you? And do they know that I'm the adult here and that they're threatening to come turn it off? And she said, you don't know them. You don't know them. Just forget it. And she was a little dismissive. And then John came home and the niece, I think, brought it up. And I said, John, who's the neighbor she's talking about that got annoyed that nephew and we went outside for 20 minutes. It's elementary school lunch. It's about 18 minutes. And John said to niece, don't tell me that's Colin Albert. It's Colin Albert. And she got red in the face and said, no. And he said, I want to see your phone. And she goes, I erased it. It was a Snapchat. It's gone. And he said, don't even tell me that's Colin Albert. And I don't know for sure who it was, but it seems like it was. We knew all the other kids in the neighborhood, especially one that would have niece's contact. And then Gretchen says, so did he ever talk to the parents about Colin? Or did you guys discuss that night at all? Did it come up? Karen says, no, John would just laugh it off and he didn't get defensive. I felt like they were taking advantage of John's personality. But no, I never really heard him. He didn't act. We didn't talk about Colin any other time except when it was brought up, the Nebercracker on the phone and Colin in the front yard and the time with the Frisbee. But it wasn't something John discussed like it was bothering him. I think he just looked at him like this teenage kid and he's a shit. Yeah. Okay, we're going to pause there because now they're going back to the waterfall and that feels like a good time for a fervent break so I can get a drink. You guys, I'm having a lot of fun reading this. I appreciate you all getting into this too. I'm sorry I can't I see you in the corner over here, but I'm sorry I can't engage more, but I'm really appreciative that you're all here. We're going to take a quick fervent break and then we'll be back and they're back at the waterfall. Any fervent requests? Also, oh my gosh, wait, hold on. Before, I have a bone to pick with every single one of you. Fervent is doing like a March Madness style bracket of all of the songs. And Proctor Defender just got knocked out in the final four by Yannetti. And I love the Yannetti song. There's not a song I don't like. Except sometimes Chicken Parm Charlie gives me a headache. But you guys, who is voting for Yannetti over Proctor Defender? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And it was like very close. It was like literally 50-50. But like that should have been before he said it. So F.U. Hank won the other matchup. It was like F.U. Hank versus, now I can't even remember because that was clearly going to win. So I was already thinking, oh, what am I going to vote for in F.U. Hank versus Proctor Defender? And what if Miss Nancy said Yannetti himself? What if Yannetti, oh, Fervent will love this. What if Yannetti is doing like a secret campaign for his song? He's like sending the link to all of his friends. I love that. I can find the link later. But okay. I guess we should listen to Chicken Parm Charlie because we're like in a Chris Albert moment of the story. And we'll do one more song and then we'll get back into it. Enjoy.
It's the ballad of Chicken Parm Charlie. Think you're so tough, just come to D&E, and then I'll charge you with a B&E. Gotcha. My son's on the way with your delivery. Hope he doesn't fall and scrape his knuckles. Lord, please. Please stop asking if he was in the house. He came home, said he loved me and kissed me on the mouth. It's really hard being this badass, but I do fear a few things. I'm glad you asked. I'm scared of turtles. I'm scared of rubber ducks. I'm scared of Brenda Sweeney. I'm scared of everything. I'm scared of turtles. I'm scared of rubber ducks. I'm scared of Brenda Sweeney. I'm scared of everything. Chicken Parm Charlie, I'm a big bad man. Oh wait, that's my brother, so I'll just leech off of him. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't bitter, that I'm known as the runt of the litter. But I'm a selectman, so please respect me, or I'll accuse you of sending dick pics to your daughter. Think my tactics are kinda slimy, but really I'm just really whiny. I'm a bitch.
film's on the way, appropriately titled Hit and Run, just like Karen Reed did. Oh wait, just like I did actually scratch that. Have Celebrite delete this. Or Garino. Biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy, I really don't need to flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial 1 jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not 1 guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, Hank, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not Lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky. Yeah, yeah.
Today we say a prayer for Adam Lally, the once mediocre prosecutor who stayed mediocre. May the Lord hear our prayer. In the words of Auntie Bear, speak up loudly. Got a $500,000 cause of your incompetency. Calling me a nerd with creativity. Your shit was boring just like your delivery. Your monotone ass can't demand more cash. Only idiot to use a hung jury as a brag. A lowly ADA, so you must be a hack. You don't wanna see me get spanky on the track. You ain't good enough to have a private practice. You ain't smart enough to hide your malpractice. I was the star, you were like a fading actress. Hope Welcher spreads his load all over your mattress. I know a lot of times that raps be fiction, but really let these next 2 bars sink in. You ain't skilled enough to get a conviction, even when in a corrupt jurisdiction. As for the aftermath, well, I'm making more cash. As for you, I think I saw you on DoorDash. Man, I kinda feel bad, sitting back with a laugh, counting up on my stacks. But let me end this quite plainly, just in case that your memory's hazy. It was confirmed on the stand that you're lazy when Rosemary made you her baby. All they wanna baba.
I think, oh my gosh. Okay. I think that is so funny what somebody said about Yannetti being the one who's like getting people to vote for his song. If Yannetti wins the finals, we're going to know that's true. And now I kind of want that to happen. I just texted Fervent and said maybe Annetti's on a campaign to win. It is so hot today. Oh my gosh. That little blip when my air conditioning decided to just turn itself off really did a number on me. Okay. Back to, also just side note while we're not back on topic yet. I'm a seltzer addict, like for anybody who doesn't know that about me. And we're down to only Spindrifts in my house right now. And I feel like I'm drinking juice every time that I have Spindrift. Like it's not the same as seltzer. They're like in the seltzer section or bubbly water, whatever you guys call it. But Spindrift is not seltzer. Spindrift is juice, and it doesn't feel the same as drinking a seltzer. And I need some seltzers. Hi, my fake Siggy. Okay. Static water. That's cute. It doesn't have the same, it doesn't tickle my throat the same way. That's what I need. I need it to I feel like when you drink a seltzer, it collects all of the gunk in your mouth and in your throat and clears it. It doesn't have that same feeling. Polar lemon lime or polar lime, I think it is. That's the best one. Whitey for Yanetti asked how I keep my teeth so white. I am addicted to mouthwash. I actually think it's a problem. I use mouthwash any dentist out there it's probably not good. But I use mouthwash 15 times a day or more. And if you've never put mouthwash instead of water into a water flosser, it is life-changing. It will literally change. Your teeth have never felt cleaner than if you put mouthwash into your water flosser. You could do half mouthwash, half water, because I realized I was wasting a lot of mouthwash. And like I said, I have an addiction and I didn't want to waste too much of it. So I'll do half and half. Yeah, it's definitely not good. It is and I like the strongest mouthwash. It's probably bad. And I also have already have receding gums and had gum surgery. It's not good. I'm not helping myself, but I can't help it. It's really the best. Your life is about to change forever. Weddy for Yanetti. Maybe Weddy for Yanetti is the one voting for Yanetti's song. Okay. One more thing before I actually get back into it. Angela Honig said, get a soda stream. You can make it really bubbly. I think I need to revisit that because I got a soda stream, one of the very first ones that came out. And the reason why I stopped using it is because I felt like it didn't get bubbly enough. But I bet that they've made, this was in 2012. So I bet that they've gotten better since then, and I should revisit that. So thank you. Okay, let's get back into the Boston Magazine interview between Karen Reed and Gretchen Voss. And when we left off, we were just finishing up a chapter about Colin Albert. I was just thinking too, I feel like part of the reason why she had all the details to those stories, not just because she wanted to kind of advance her defense narrative, but you know how after you tell somebody a story, it's fresh in your mind over something else. I feel like she was kind of primed to tell those stories about Colin because she had probably been discussing them with her defense team. And I actually do want to say one more thing about this. I have talked about this before, but in my opinion, hold on, go back to this for a sec. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, what happened to John when he went inside of 34 Fairview, because he did not get hit by a car, we're already past that. I don't think that there was a motive, because I don't think that there was intention for him to lose his life. And when we talk about means, motive, and opportunity, you're thinking about somebody who, what is the motive to plan and execute some situation? I'm trying to think of the words that YouTube allows. I say that only to say, I don't think that any I think that the stories that we just learned about the Albert family and John's relationship with them are helpful for us to kind of understand the dynamics at play. I don't read any of those and think, oh, they were plotting to end his life. And I just want to make that really clear, that I don't think anything that we just read is like, oh yeah, well, I could see why they would want to what happened to John to happen to him. Just felt the need to say that. Okay. Back to this. So now Gretchen is asking, so tell me more about the waterfall. I believe that was the second place, right? The second place was the waterfall. Yep. I'd probably been there with John 2 other times. Like, these weren't places we normally went to. And I was gabbing the whole time. And John was kind of standing right behind me talking to Matt McCabe and this man, Nick, whose wife I was talking to. And around 12 o'clock midnight, the lights came on. And suddenly there was talk of, let's go back to someone's house. John and I were never out that late if the kids were with us. If we were on vacation, we'd stay out till midnight, or we'd be up at our friend's house and at the pool late. But never in the 2 years that we were together were we ever out that late with redacted. Oh, the nephew. Now, nephew had been at a sleepover that night. Oh, niece had been, okay. Niece had been at a sleepover that night. No, nephew had been at a sleepover that night, but niece was up at home. And John and I both knew if she wasn't put to bed, she wasn't putting herself to bed. So she's going to go to bed whenever we get back. And it's now after midnight. So that was highly uncharacteristic for John to want to. It was uncharacteristic that we were out at midnight with her home. Although granted, she was now about to be 15. So she was 2 years older than she was, obviously, but it's still too late. And Gretchen says, and she had a friend over that night. She had a friend over whose father we were with at CF McCarthy's. But that young girl went home, I think, around 11. And then Gretchen just randomly says, and there was a band at the waterfall? Like, Gretchen, focus. We're just getting somewhere. Yeah, a band. What kind of band? Gretchen. Could have been a polka band? Gretchen, we were just getting somewhere. Okay. Could have been a polka band. Gretchen says, oh boy. Like, Gretchen has a lot of feelings about the band. I wasn't exactly like, there were instruments. There were people. And then Gretchen says, there was noise. What is happening? There you go. Yeah. So, okay. So midnight comes around and the discussion is, and Karen says, I'm not part of this discussion. And it doesn't seem like many people are, but Jen McCabe, who I know the best of these people. And then Gretchen says, and did you like her? And Karen says, I didn't not like her. I found her to be a handful, but she never offended me in any way. And we did bond over having shared illness and being on similar drugs. I found her very outgoing, which that's an easy place to start from if someone's very talkative. She was niece's basketball coach. So I saw her probably once a week, either bringing niece to practice or going to a game I think she played on Saturdays. I can't remember. So Jen starts to motion me out the door. John's paying a tab at the bar and Jen is saying, come with me. And I said, well, I'm going to wait for John. And she said, John's all right. You come with me and John will be with Matt. Matt was still there. I don't know about the other men. I think Nick was still there, but I can't remember exactly who had left. We were all leaving within 5 minutes of one another, but I was with Jen and Nick's wife, Karina, And I said, I'm not going without John. And then Gretchen says, and Jen wanted you to go where? Karen says, I thought we were going to get pizza at D&E because Jen had told me sometimes when the bars close, they all go to D&E. Chris shuts the door, shuts the shades, and fires up the pizza ovens. And I was starved. So I thought, all right, this is perfect. D&E's right there. I have to eat before I go to bed. I've been out I hadn't eaten probably since 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. So I was ready for a snack before I went to bed. So I was looking forward, but now I'm realizing as we're walking out, D&E is shuttered up. It's dark. Chris doesn't look like he's going over there to fire the oven. So I leave Jen in the doorway. We're actually right outside the door. And I say, I'm not going with John. And I've never been in Jen's car. I've never driven anywhere with her. I didn't even have her phone number prior to this all happening. So I did think initially we were going to get food, which never happened. And then Gretchen asks, and is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody? And Karen says, it's happy. That doesn't answer the question. And then Gretchen says, because you'd had a lot to drink, right? And Karen says, I wouldn't say I'd had like a normal amount. And Gretchen asks, what's normal? Karen says, like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes. And Gretchen says, and so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging. I'm just trying to get a sense. We listen and we don't judge. Karen says, yeah, buzzed. And then Gretchen says, pizza sounds good. You haven't eaten. And then Karen says, pizza sounds good. I'm tired and I'm looking to wind this down. And then Gretchen says, but you remember all of this? Oh, because of the drinking. And then Karen says, yes. Gretchen says, yeah, okay. So Jen's trying to get you to go, but you are insisting I'm leaving with John. And Karen says, yeah, I had sips of a water at Waterfall. Yeah, but I hadn't had anything to drink before about 9:15 that night. Everyone I met up with that night had been drinking long before I went out. So I would assume their level of intoxication was higher than mine. My understanding was they all went to the Waterfall and ate there, and that they were at a game that got out at about 4 and had been drinking ever since. And John had been out for about an hour and a half to 2 hours before I met up with him. So I had been working. I was in Mansfield till just after 8:30. So I had my first drink around 9:15. So I wasn't drinking all night. I hadn't been out. I came out pretty late for me. Normally 9 o'clock would be a time John and I, if we went to dinner and had a couple drinks with friends, 9 o'clock would be the time we're starting to wind down. And Gretchen says, right. Oh, and did you bring that drink from the one bar to the next? And Karen says, no. And then Gretchen says, no. Okay. So Jen is trying to get you to go with her. And you're like, what happens there? How kind of everyone goes their separate ways? And Karen says, the exchange with Jen is probably only about a minute. I waited, I went back into the bar and then left with John. Or maybe I was a few steps ahead of John and John was behind me and I didn't see where everyone else went. I mean, we're right on the main street. There's a parking lot. I had parked up the street a ways heading west in front of McCarthy's. So John and I it's snowing to the point that my shoe was making prints. Oh, it was enough to track a Karen. Just enough snow to track a Karen. but we weren't trekking through any accumulated snow. There was a dusting. There was a dusting? For sure, yeah. And John is telling me, let's go by the Alberts. Jen is texting me, we're invited over there. And this was really the first I was hearing about it. I had thought up until that point, if we were going to move along with this group, we were going to get food. So it's not until I leave McCarthy's, and then, so she said McCarthy's, and then they had the little, he misspoke, not, Gretchen's like, not my fault, she said the wrong bar. This is the first I hear that we're invited to this house, which I'm already uncomfortable with because I wasn't personally invited, nor did I even really engage with the people who own this house. I don't think I spoke to Brian's wife, Nicole, other than to say hi, if I even did. I mean, it was kind of like blanketed hellos, but I didn't talk to their grown daughter who was there, and I barely spoke to Brian in the 8 days I knew him, Brian Albert. So I wasn't loving this idea. But having told you what I told you about John and how he's got these little windows of doing what he wants to do, I knew that Brian was on the job with John, and yet John and he never socialized. So I thought, all right, if I was in his shoes and this was another person from Fidelity or another professor from Bentley, I would want John to, support it. Also, side note, if you were going to another person from Fidelity or a professor, I picture a very different vibe of after party. Did anybody else just picture like old men with with like elbow patches on their flannel suits, and they're like sipping a aperitif, whatever those are called, with like a pipe? Okay, everybody, we're starting over because Wild Goose's power just went out. Okay, just kidding. So, yeah, they had their leather-bound books. So I said, all right, John, whatever you want, and then fine, we'll go. And then Gretchen said, and did John have any relationship with Brian, really? No. We coincidentally, as I think I mentioned, met Brian formally for the first time, John and Brian. It appeared that they were meeting for the first time on January 22nd. And Gretchen says, okay, remind me again. Karen says, we were at the hillside. That was, John and I were coming back from the Bruins, and they were just coincidentally there. And then Gretchen said, and do they have like a lot of shop talk, like, hey, I'm a cop too? And Karen says, no. And Gretchen says, no. And Karen says, nope, very little. There was some kind of altercation. This is January 22nd, a week prior to John's death. There was some altercation outside of CF McCarthy's back on the other end of town. We're all up at 138 at Hillside, and there was some altercation in McCarthy's involving spouses that the husband was out with another woman, and there was some blow up at CF McCarthy's. And Brian Albert, Chris Albert, and another man that was with them that knew John were talking about heading over there and beating someone up or roughing someone up. And there was some buildup going on where they were debating leaving the women at Hillside and going to get into this fight. I had not ever heard this story. Okay. John went outside with them to discuss. And wait, so this is a fight over another man that the husband was out with another woman. So it seems like we don't like infringing on other people's women. Interesting. John went outside with them to discuss, and I didn't know what they were talking about at the time, but John came back in and said they want to go beat somebody up. And I said, well, you're not going to go, are you? Like, do we even know who are these people? And Karen says, I don't think anything happened. I don't know where the Alberts went after that. We left. Now, again, January 22nd, we left probably around 11 from Hillside, maybe closer to like 11:45. And I said bye to Brian Albert and shook his hand. And I said, oh, it was nice to meet you. I'm sure we'll see you again now that we know each other, now that we know you, and you and John are on the job together. And he was shaking my hand with his right hand and kind of pulled me in and said, you, we like, you're cool. And the intimation was, but the other half of this couple, yeah, it was very pointed. You, we like. And then he kind of, half cocked his head to John. And then Alan Jackson suddenly appears and says, how far was John when he did that? And then Karen says, me to David, but it's a bar, so it's loud. And Alan Jackson says, you don't think John heard that? I also just like the idea. This kind of feels like I'm suddenly listening to somebody tell about their dream, where it's like we were just in like in my mind, there was like one thing I was picturing where it's like Karen and Gretchen just sitting there together. And then like all of a sudden it's like, and AJ's like, how far was John? Where did you come from? And David's there. Okay. AJ says, you don't think John heard that? And Karen says, no, I know John didn't hear that. And then Gretchen says, did you tell him? And Karen says, no, it didn't mean anything to me. It meant more after the waterfall a week later when there was no interaction. John said hi, went out of his way when we got there, went out of his way to shake Brian Albert's hand and Brian Higgins's hand. And then it looked like, especially when I watched the surveillance, it looks like we're with my colleagues and John's my significant other. Oh, so it's like Karen saying like I was the one kind of like talking to everybody and he's like off to the side. It doesn't look like we're with cops and I'm with John, who knows these people. I'm socializing and talking to everybody, and John's hanging in the back nearly the entire 90 minutes we're there and getting drinks and going back and forth to the bar, closing out tabs, but he did not interact with Brian at all. And then in the aftermath of what happened the following morning on January 29th, it started to click. Like John was persona non grata. They lived 3 miles apart. John was on the force for 16 years. I don't know how long Brian was, but longer than John. And this is a drinking town. Everybody goes to the same 3 or 4 bars, and these 2 men who are drinkers have not socialized. And now, in hindsight, and I, again, didn't know who Brian Albert was prior to January 22nd. But in hindsight, it's like, yes, this was purposeful avoidance. I'm not even from Canton. I owned a house in another town, and yet I knew who everybody was just from sports and bars, and that these 2 men had not warmed up to each other. You'd have to do that intentionally in that town. Interesting. Hold on one second. Yeah, right. And did you feel like they weren't speaking, but did you feel, a vibe of antagonism or like anything like that? Or just between Brian and John? No, I didn't feel My personal read of Brian is that he was standoffish. He was gruff. He could have been missing his 3 front teeth, and I wouldn't have known. So the 2 times I was in his company, he had like a ski vest on and a stocking hat, beard, and just gruff is the perfect word for him. And now all of a sudden, Yannetti appears and says, vote for me on Fervent's tournament. Did you already talk about what John told you the first time you met? And then Karen says, no, I didn't, David. I always forget that. They're so cute. When this discussion at the hillside on January 22nd was taking place about potentially getting in this fight, and then it seemed to have diffused, and they called off the dogs, John came over to me when everyone's milling around at the hillside and was on my own going, Brian Albert likes me. Brian Albert likes me. He sounded like a giddy schoolgirl. And at the time, it didn't really mean much to me. It was in the immediate aftermath of John's death that our private investigator said, we've heard that the homeowner has a history. He's an aggressor and he doesn't get along with many people. And I assumed, and then Yannetti appears again and says, and learned early on that he's been accused of beating up other colleagues. And Karen says, yeah, we learned that right away. And Yannetti says, internal affairs investigations, like he's like a guy you don't mess with and that other cops are afraid of. And, he says, that was the word you got, right? And Karen says, yeah. And then as soon as David told me that Paul, our PI, said that, I immediately remembered that I told David and Paul, that's funny because on January 22nd, John was acting relieved that he had made some landfall, so to speak, with Brian Albert. And then Gretchen says, meaning more that he was safe, or that, Karen says, or that they had even met and that we all seemed to be getting along okay for the hour and a half that we were at the hillside on January 22nd. And then suddenly Alan Jackson appears and says, the way you described it to me, it sounded like, and I'm not putting words in your mouth at all, but the information flowing my direction sounded like the new kid at a high school who just gets the blessing from the captain of the football team. That's what it sounded like. He was almost giddy. And Karen says, absolutely. And then AJ says, he likes me like I'm in that inner circle-ish. And Gretchen says, and that's very much a Canton from what I hear by the people who live there. Like, it's like high school with adults. And Yannetti says, a section of high school, yeah. And then Liza Little says, he's the head of the fugitive, who just appeared also in the dream. He's the head of the fugitive unit, BPD. John's, registering sex offenders, and he goes home to take care of these kids. So, and then Gretchen says, yeah. And Jackson says, well, yeah, and then Karen says, they're in 2 different stations at BPD. And Yannetti says, and he's on a cop show on TV. He's got some notoriety. He's got his own IMDb. Liza says, he's the cop everyone wants to be in Canton. AJ says, he's the tough guy. This literally feels like a script that you would give. Oh, sorry, I'm going to pause for 1 second. This literally feels like a script that would be like the middle school play where you're just trying to give out every kid a line. So it's like, yeah, he's the tough guy. Yeah, he's the cop everyone wants to be. Yeah, he's got some notoriety. I think they each had to chime in. Okay, so then Gretchen says, the tough guy. Yeah. Oh, they had to give her a line too. Okay. And then Karen says, John lamented to me that he foresaw his role at the sex offender registry going to a civilian. I mean, he was, and as I said earlier, John had no pretension, bravado, or cockiness at all about being a cop. He just wanted to do his job and leave. And when he took on the kids, he was given special dispensation to not live within the whatever it is 10-mile radius of Boston proper. And I think that might have come from the commissioner. I think it was Willie Gross at the time. I think, backtracking to what John told me, so John was allowed by taking on these kids to kind of bend the rules a little bit. Okay, I want to pause for 1 second because I was saying this last night that like when we talk about like giving professional courtesies to the people that you like and stuff, this is what I picture. Bending the rules to let a good cop stay in his role when he is taking over custody of his late sister's children, not letting Matthew Farwell live a normal life because he's your boy. Take notes. Anyways, back to this. Alan Jackson suddenly decides he's taking over the interview and says, can I ask you a quick question about that? What about Brian Albert? He also, oh, good point, AJ. Karen says, no, I think it's for the first 10, there's some time. I think it's for the first 10 years you're on the force. So AJ's saying like, wait, if they made this special exemption for John to be able to live further away out of Boston, how does Brian Albert live in Canton? Karen says, and when John's sister died, he hadn't eclipsed 10 years. Okay. And there's other BPD cops, many who live in Canton. So John didn't have the seniority to go beyond the 10-mile radius, but he was given allowance. I felt like John was trying to compensate that he hadn't really earned the privileges that he was afforded from the powers that be at BPD. And he knew, per his own admission, I can't wait. He was always looking at the chart of when he could retire and how much he could live on and what's the soonest he could get out. Constantly, like it would change somehow from one day to the next. And the pecking order, you want to be on a specialized unit, the gang unit, the drug unit, the fugitive unit, the sex offender registry is, well, I guess one of them must have said not sexy, because then Gretchen says that might not be the right word. And then Yannetti says not the right kind of sexy. And Gretchen says, don't worry, I won't write that. Did he have aspirations to be somewhere else? Yeah, off the police department. Gretchen says, oh, he was just kind of like done. Karen says, we had been talking the 6 months leading up to his death. We had been working with my best friend, who's a consultant, and her husband, who's very close to John, about John potentially putting wheels in motion to take over his father's plumbing business. His father owns a plumbing business. The fact that his father owns a plumbing business makes that whole thing about the plumber make even more sense about why John was like, Karen, what the hell? So John was a talented plumber and had done it when he was on Duxbury. He kind of did part-time Duxbury and part-time helping his father's plumbing business. I mean, his father was slowing down physically, but had a rich customer base and customer loyalty, but didn't have the business savvy, but really could have turned it into something if John wanted to commit to that. I mean, now I don't know if John was ever going to he wasn't a risk taker, or he was not even that it was a risk, but he wasn't, and then AJ says he wasn't entrepreneurial. And Karen says, yeah, he did not have the entrepreneurial spirit, but he was entertaining. And I think at least satiated his frustration with his role at A1. You know, and just trying to get by day to day, we would talk about, and it seemed to make him feel okay, but it probably wasn't ever going to happen. That's interesting. So it's kind of like you talk about like a dream that you have in your life just to be like, I could do this if I really wanted to. And it just makes you feel better to kind of have that, like, I could do that if I ever really wanted to. I'm not stuck in this place, but it wasn't actually like a plan that was going to happen. Karen has a very good, like, like social understanding of people. Like, I feel like Karen really understands the people around her very well. And like the way she describes their motivation and their actions, like ties to, it makes sense to me. So Gretchen says, so back at the bar real quick, what is Brian Albert like at this bar? And Karen says, he is the ice sculpture that oh my gosh, see, this is a perfect example. He is the ice sculpture that the congregation happens around. He plants himself, and it was the same at the hillside. He plants himself, and everyone just kind of mills around like you go to the mountain if you want to talk to him. What a description. And Gretchen says, and does he talk to, is he like boisterous? No. Perceptive. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Genosaurus Rex. Yes, emotional intelligence. Is he boisterous? No. Is he people are talking to him and he's just sort of like, and then Karen says, yep, like monotone. And then Gretchen says, kiss the ring. And Karen says, and if you can't hear him, then you've got to lean in, just standoffish. Gretchen says, does he look like he's having a good time? And Karen says, no. And Gretchen says, and he's what? Just, is he drinking a lot as well? Karen says, I mean, all these men have a beer in their hands at all times. I don't know if it's the 5th beer or the 20th beer. There's always a beer. Gretchen says, there's always beer? Yeah. So what did John say why he wanted to go to the Alberts? Karen says, no, he just made it sound like it was, we've been invited and we're going. And I didn't want to, but I also didn't want to die on that hill. Karen. Karen. Word choice. We're talking about going to 34 Fairview. I don't want to die on that hill. Okay. Karen says, I figured that this night isn't going to go on forever. And well, that's not true. This night is going on forever. I figured that this night isn't going to go on forever, and maybe there actually is pizza there, but no one ever extended an invite to me, and I didn't hear anybody but Jen McCabe. And even Jen McCabe, I didn't hear personally say to John, you're welcome back at my sister's house. Her sister is Brian's wife. It all came together on the phone once we left. And I found that odd too, that we were all just together for an hour and a half, made no plans, but now we're leaving. We're all in our separate cars, and now it's coming together. And John and I actually missed the initial turn that we would have taken to go the quickest way to the Alberts because we didn't even know where they lived. It was John called Jen, and Jen gave John directions and was trying to navigate him over to the house. And then Gretchen says, you mean she did like Waze or something? And Karen says, John plugged it into Waze, but Jen was also she was telling John where the Alberts lived in relation to other people in that neighborhood that John knew. And John's also putting it into his Waze. But this is now after 12 o'clock and it's snowing and we're heading in the opposite direction of home. John's house was about 3/4 of a mile around the corner, and we're heading in the polar opposite direction. Gretchen says, and you said you missed a turn. Karen says, well, as soon as we left the bars, we would have had to immediately taken a left at a main intersection. And I still didn't know when I crossed over the intersection where I was going. I'm just listening to John tell me where to go. And we didn't get the directions until we were already on our way. That's a longer way to go, which is how we ended up going. And then Alan Jackson appears again and says, why were you driving and not John? Karen says, John had been picked up that night by Mike Camerano and taken to CF McCarthy's. And John said, if you're going to meet us, I won't take my car. That way, when Mike leaves, I'll be with you in your car. But I had telling Gretchen, I had drank the least of everyone just in total. Oh, so maybe they weren't there for parts of it. They were like in and out, because now she's like, yeah, I was already telling Gretchen that part. It's cute. I had drank the least of everyone just in total. John had been out, and John probably had a couple beers at home. I know that he did. Then he went out with Mike and was out for about an hour and a half before I even came out. So I was the last one kind of off the wagon. And Gretchen says, so as you're driving there, is the plan, are you thinking I'm going into the Alberts too? Is that like the plan, or are you going to drop him off? Karen says, no, I was going to go too. Interesting. Gretchen, you were going to go too. And so then Karen says, what my exact mindset was, let's wait and see what's going on when we get there, because I still don't know what are we going there for? Who's going to be there? Do the Alberts know we're coming? I just know Jen is nurturing this concept very much, giving John directions on the phone with him the entire time. Not the entire time, but half the trip, roughly. Jen is giving John directions. And when they're not on the phone, she's texting him. So it seemed that she was insistent. So I thought, all right, we'll go there. No one's taking no for an answer, and I don't really care. So I'll go, and we'll see what it looks like when we get there. So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview. We just passed it. It's back there. It was on my left. And I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and then back out onto the street, which I now have learned was Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview. Fairview is on my right, and it's the second house from the corner. And I said, John, like, this doesn't look like, there aren't cars up and down the street. I don't hear music or it doesn't look like bustling with activity. Can you make sure, like, this is copacetic here? That, we're arriving at this house. There's kids who live here. It's an impending blizzard. Can you just let me know? Are we actually expected or welcome here? So I pull right up at the foot of the driveway. So I'm parallel to the house. John gets out of the passenger's side. John doesn't have a coat on. It's snowing, and he kind of half skips, runs up to the breezeway door, the area connecting the main house to the garage. And John opens the door and starts to cross the threshold. And I look down at my phone. I'm playing music on my car. I'm waiting for him. I see him go into the breezeway, and I'm waiting. Within 10 seconds, I'm probably going to get a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Or, knowing John, he would have come and told me where to park and walked in with me. He was very much a gentleman in that way. So I he doesn't reemerge. I'm looking down at my phone. I'm like, all right, any second he's going to say hi and realize that there's only 6 or 7 people here and they live here. I'm not bringing my girlfriend in. And then I never heard anything. I start calling him after about maybe 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, probably less than 5, like 3. Really, John, this isn't the breakers. What are you doing in there? So I think I called him maybe 3 times from the foot of the driveway, and he never picked up. And Yannetti says, your passenger's side is closest to the house. Yes, my passenger's side is closest. So I start getting frustrated, and I start inching up along the property. Like maybe if he sees me leaving, he'll realize he needs to flag me down or call me and let me, hey, Karen, where are you going? We're here. So I'm kind of purposefully, slowly inching up toward the direction of home. And the house is on my right. And I don't know, maybe it was 10 minutes. So I said, is he really doing this right now? And I was a little relieved to be able to go home, which is what I had wanted to do. But then as the night went on, can I just pause for 1 second just before we pass this? Because I just want to tell you what was just happening in my head. So I was wondering this is what my thought process just was. She doesn't mention Ricky D'Antano's car, and I feel like that makes perfect sense because it is interesting to think that like the next morning after all of this happened, like Ricky, Heather, and Ryan Nagel were probably like, oh my God, like, wait, were we at the house with that car that what John was in or whatever? Like to them, the car was like a part of the story, but to Karen, their car had nothing to do with the story. Just had to pause to interject where my brain was going while words were coming out of my mouth. Okay. But then as the night went on and as I got all the way back to his house about 12 minutes later, it's like this guy still has not called me. I'm not there. He must know I'm not there. And then the night just progressed. I called him. I always forget the number 40 times, 37 times, 40, something like that. And he never picked up. My text messages were never read. Gretchen says, so wait, let me take you back real quick. So you get there and he skips out of the car. Did you ever tell the police that? Because I haven't seen any of what I've seen is I don't remember being there. I don't know what happened. Like, do you know what I mean? Did you tell the cops? Like, Karen says, yeah. I said I dropped John off. I told Michael Proctor this, and he said, no, the interview with the police was very brief. They came. Nobody interviewed me at the scene, by the way. I was allowed to leave. Despite allegedly confessing, which never happened, I was not examined. I was not breathalyzed. I was not interviewed. Yannetti says, you're talking about the next morning? I'm talking about the next morning. I was only spoken to by police once before I was charged. That was in my parents' home. And that interview lasted about 20 minutes. And the only question I remember clearly, as do my parents, is Michael Proctor asking me was, could you have backed up or done a 3-point turn when you were at Fairview? And I know that I did miss the street. And I said, yes, I think technically when I nosed into the driveway on Cedar Crest, I did right before the Alberts have to turn my car around. And within short order of answering yes, I did back up at one point at Fairview. I was on the corner of Fairview. He left. And then Alan Jackson says, I think it's important to note too that before they ever arrived at the house, you had told them that you probably should have a lawyer, right? And Karen says, yeah. And AJ says, you told them that on the phone and they said, we're going to be right there. Yep. AJ says, and then when you were in the living room, you also mentioned a lawyer as well, and they just ignored. Karen says, they called me when I was leaving. I was in a Section 12 involuntarily. My phone, my clothes, everything was taken. I was put on a gurney. Is that what they call it? And when they released me, now they wanted to commit me to a longer-term facility. My dad came into the hospital and we had like an exit interview and basically begged, like, if she's released in the care of her parents and you don't let her out, I was hysterical. I didn't know John was dead until about 11. It was my father who told me. And the doctor in the ER said, we can tell her, or you can tell her. And my father said, I'll tell her. I went back to John's where my car had been since 5:30 in the morning, and I felt tension. I actually felt tension with John's mother while I was still in the hold. And Yannetti says, at the hospital? Karen says, at the hospital. John's family walked through the ER, presumably to see John's body, because John was 2 vestibules down from where I was. And when they walked by, I was screaming at them from the room that I was being held in. Is he dead? Is he dead? And I yelled to John's father. I said, Papa, because that's what everyone called him. I said, Papa, is he dead? And John's mother glanced at me and didn't come over to me, didn't say anything. John's brother went like this and like kissed his hands like in a prayerful way. And I think John's father made the sign of a cross and like blew me a kiss. But it just felt weird that why isn't anybody, am I invisible? Can nobody hear me? What in the hell is going on? It was only when my father came in, but I'd already saw John's mother's reaction. I just found your son. I'm covered in his blood, and you just ignored me. I was lucid enough to know this is off. I need her to come hug me. That's when my father and brother took me back to Meadows, where John's house is. I said to John's brother, what did he look like? When I found John, it was snowing. It was dark. He had blood coming out of his nose and his eyes were swollen, but I couldn't ascertain any other injuries. I didn't know. Was he broken in half? Was he purple? What was the condition of his body? So this is at about 12:30. I said to Paul, what did he look like? And he goes, he looked like, and now this is in front of my brother, father, sister-in-law, and John's parents. And he says, he looked like he went 5 rounds with Mike Tyson. And John's mother interrupts and says, I feel like that everybody can quote this one now. He looked like he got hit by a car. And just snapped at me. And that was the sum of what she had to say to me in the aftermath. So I called my father, went upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, Dad, can you come with me upstairs? And I said, I think I need to get out of here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how John came to be deceased, and his mother is very hostile. Then when nephew came back from his sleepover, I went to hug him. He was crying. They told him John was dead, and John's mother took the kids into the playroom and shut the door. And when I went in there to hug them goodbye, she would not let them out of her clutches. She walked me back out of the room and shut the door. And I felt very much she does not want me around. She doesn't want me near the kids. She has taken these kids away from where I am and put them behind closed doors. So I went upstairs to my father and said, Dad, we got to get out of here. And I don't know what the hell's going on, but we've got to go try to sort through this on our end. We no sooner leave, we're probably on the road 20 minutes, much closer to Canton than we are to my parents. And Michael Proctor calls me and says who he is and says, where are you right now? And I said, well, I'm going back to my parents in Dighton, and offered, should I come back? And he said, no. Where do they live? We'll be there. So it would have been much more efficient for us to turn the car around, my car that my dad is driving, and go back to the state police barracks or John's house. Instead, Proctor said, no, we'll come to you. So I called one attorney that I knew of because he had represented John's brother in a drunk driving accident. And that's the only criminal defense name I knew off the cuff. I'd never needed one. And he told me that there was a conflict of interest because he was representing John's brother in a separate case. And then my father looked up, pulled off to the side of the road on 138, somewhere around probably Brockton or Stoughton. And my father looked up David and said, this guy looks good, try him. And I called you, David. I don't remember exactly what the interaction was, but I don't know if we actually have like any in-depth conversation. And Yannetti says, this is heartbreaking. I just remember you were telling me that you had been out the night before. And I mean, should we even go into, then Liza says, Liza's the voice of reason and says, attorney-client privilege. Liza said, I don't think we should necessarily get into these conversations. And then Yannetti says, maybe just leave that. And Liza says, I don't want to create any other issues. And then Gretchen's like, can I bring you way back? Sorry. When you're at the Alberts house, Gretchen, we were just in a moment. Okay, we're going. Gretchen says, when you're at the Alberts house, John leaves. And what are you texting him? Like, what's going on? Karen says, I haven't seen those messages since it's been a struggle to get my cell phone. Babes, sorry, it's 3.5 years later and you still don't have that phone. It's been a struggle to get my cell phone, which was taken that day. We've recently gotten it, but like, hello, where are you? Something along those lines. Several messages. I didn't text much, maybe 2. And then I wanted to, Gretchen says, you were getting a little pissed. You were getting pissed a little bit. Gretchen says, because he just takes off and you're just sitting there. And then you called him a few times sitting there and left messages. Yeah. I don't think I left a message until I had left Fairview. Gretchen says, did you text that you were leaving? Like, I'm trying to, Karen says, I haven't seen them since I looked at them again. We got them in evidence, but we've been more interested in like the actual location. And we have the voicemails were admitted by the state. We've had those for a long time. Gretchen says, so while you're sitting there, what are you thinking? Are you thinking he ditched you? Yes. You thought hey girl, hey. You thought he'd like everything's fine up till then, and then suddenly he just ditches you? And Karen says, yeah. Which doesn't seem, Karen says, yeah, it's not characteristic, but he's also been drinking all night. I know Jen McCabe is supposedly in there, and she's forceful and insistent. And yeah, I thought, is something going on I don't know about? Is there another woman involved? I mean, it wasn't like John to be that way, but I couldn't think of anything else. This is a family home where adult children live. There's other younger children's parents there. What the hell is he doing in there? Or did he just have a beer and forget? Is he that intoxicated? But I was not going to go chase after him. If he didn't have the courtesy to call me back, then I personally did not want to be there. Right. So you're like, get yourself home. If you're going to do this, yeah. And then Yannetti says, well, do you think, was part of it in your mind that he had been so excited about being accepted into like the cool kids crowd, and now he's at Brian Albert's house, and then indiscernible something, he mumble jumble? No, not at the time, David. Not at the time, David, because I didn't appreciate the dynamic between John and Brian. Also, can we just pause for 1 second to point out the fact that we have not heard Higgins's name like at all? It was interesting. No, David, because I didn't appreciate the dynamic between John and Brian and the department and who Brian was. I didn't know anything about this stupid reality show, so I didn't know. It was just retrospectively I realized that there was a need for John to be ingratiated into this circle. But I didn't appreciate it at the time. Gretchen says, so you more thought that like he's had too much to drink and he's being a jerk. Yeah. And did you do a 3-point turn out of there, or did you just, Karen says, no, I just kept going. Yannetti says there would have been no need to. So this was also when the state's theory was death by 3-point turn. AJ says going the opposite direction. No need to. I had turned around, and then Gretchen said, I'm sorry, but so much of this doesn't make sense because, right, you're going that direction, right? And Gretchen says, and as you're driving home and you're driving back to his house, what, are you just pissed? Are you tired? Karen says, I'm thinking he's going to call me any second. And as I'm at stop signs and the traffic light on my way home, I'm thinking, any minute he's going to call and say, where the hell did you go? Come back. I'm actually anticipating I'm probably not going to make it back to his house before he calls me and says, sorry, I had to use the bathroom, or I got stuck talking to somebody, or the men were all back at the fire pit and I got held up for a minute. And I mean, I was more surprised as the night went on that I'm still not hearing from him. And then I got into his house. It's just before 1:00. It's 12:41 to be exact. So I left the voicemail. I didn't actually speak on it. I'm just calling and calling and calling. And you can hear me get out of the car and walking into John's house. And I was so anxious about his whereabouts that I didn't go upstairs. I didn't put pajamas on. I went to the bathroom and I just took a blanket and I laid down on the couch, which is close to the front, to the side door that John would have come in, thinking, I want to know as soon as he's back. And then Gretchen says, and so you said you left like 37, no, not 37, or that you called 37 times. It's like 40 or 35 something. And are you worried about him or pissed at him or both? Karen says, I was pissed until I fell asleep for about 2 hours. And I woke up at 4:00 and then my perspective changed. I knew something. This isn't just, I had too many beers. He's passed out probably. What I'm thinking at 4:00 is he kept drinking and he's on somebody's couch. So at 4:00, maybe a little bit later, I start calling John's friends, not the people we were with. I had a hard time believing he would have passed out at the Alberts, but I called Mike Camerano. I called Tom Beatty, people who John would choose to socialize with or possibly crash. We have another couple that we're close with. They don't have children and they have a very nice house near John's. And I thought, all right, maybe the crew from the hillside came back and John met up with them. So I called John's close buddies and I said, I got to call Jen McCabe, but I didn't have her number. So I woke up John's niece. This is at 4:30. And I said, I need John's number. I need Jen's number, excuse me. So niece called Jen and said, Karen's worried. JJ didn't come home. And I get on the phone with Jen and she says, let me call my sister. I'll call you right back. She hangs up with me. She calls me back moments later and she says, I just talked to Nicole. John is not there. She didn't say John didn't come in. She said, John is not at my sister's. And I said, she talked to Nicole. And back up. Gretchen said, and she said she talked to Nicole. And Karen says, yep. She hung up with me expressly to call Nicole. Romy got it exactly, which lines up exactly with her call logs. She hung up with me to expressly to call Nicole. So I said, well, he's not there. Then where the hell is he? I then called Carrie Roberts, who is close to John. We were with her husband the night before, and she's very much a busybody. God, Carrie can't get a break. Carrie's a talker. Carrie's a busybody. If anybody's going to answer their phone, by the way, most of these people I'm calling are not answering their phones. I was only able to get a hold of Mike Camerano's wife because she works the third shift at Mass General, and she was the only one who picked up. But I know Carrie Roberts would never ignore a call from me or John, largely due to her own nosiness. Oh, that's funny. So I called Carrie. Of course she answers. And I said, Carrie, we were out. We saw Kurt last night. We were invited back. John is not here. Is there any chance you saw him or heard from him? And she said, nope, but I'll start calling around. I'll call the police. She read, like, this tracks with her reading people perfectly. She was like, Carrie will be on it. And she was. Just picked the wrong side. We ended up from evidence seeing that she called the police. She said that John was missing. They said they didn't have any reports. I think she said somehow we came to learn that she called a couple local hospitals. Jen and I get on the phone again. I called Jen and I said, Carrie's up. Carrie's calling around. Okay, wait, can I just pause for 1 second? That is interesting, knowing now how, knowing the way that, like, Jen has kind of, like, sunk her claws into Carrie. I feel like Karen saying to her in this very stressful moment, Carrie's up, Carrie's calling around, is what let Jen know, even before they all met up, that, like, Jen in her mind was like, I need Carrie on my team. Like, I have to work Carrie. So it was like she already could kind of go into this with a game plan of getting Carrie on her side before she even, like, kind of had to read the situation, if that makes sense. I need a drink. Hold on. Also, this sounds so lovely. MJ just said, sorry, I'm lurking. I'm gardening, so can't chat much. That sounds so lovely. I hope your garden looks beautiful. Okay. Also, it always makes me laugh when you guys use the member emojis because I know what they look like on YouTube, but to me, they just come up, see emoji grateful, see emoji happy, see emoji great. Okay, back to this. Real quick, when you called Jen the first time, she picked up her phone? Gretchen, this is your first kind of on-topic, insightful question so far. Yup. Did she sound like she had been sleeping? I didn't call Jen. I mean, the niece called. And niece called Jen, and I was making, I don't know who I was calling concurrently, but I'm calling everybody I can think. And I'm trying to elicit a response. Niece laying on her bed calling Jen. Now, I don't know if Jen picked up. She either picked up right away or niece hung up and called her right back and she picked up. But after I asked niece to do that, Jen was on the phone within seconds. So I talked to Kerry. Kerry starts looking around for John, calling around. I called Jen back from my phone and she says, why don't you come get me? I'll help you look for him. And I said, all right, I'm going to go to your house on the other side of town. And she says, yep, come get me. We'll go out. Just get over here and we'll go out. And Gretchen says, are you hysterical at this point? And Karen says, yeah, like shaking. Gretchen says, because you're thinking something happened. You're really not thinking he's passed out somewhere. And Karen says, he's never been out without me, except for like 3 occasions that it was a golf outing with cops. But he didn't go out ever on the weekend. Every weekend we were together or we were with friends. But there was never even an opportunity for him to stay out late and we were always together. It's highly uncharacteristic, isn't a strong enough statement. It's like, I'm going to pause there just for one sec. People know their relationships. Like, you know what's normal and what's not normal. And I feel like I've heard so many people online kind of paint Karen in a negative light because she like knew that something had happened. Meanwhile, like we've all had a feeling about something before where you're like, I just know, maybe not to this extreme, but just like, I know that something is wrong right now. And it was because like we have a gut feeling that doesn't usually steer us wrong. And she woke up with a gut feeling that something, and it actually seems like it wasn't even immediately woke up and had a gut feeling that something was bad. But after not being able to get in touch with anybody, like she's realizing this is not normal. He is not somewhere safe. Something very, very bad has happened to him. Exactly. A woman's intuition. Trust your instincts. Exactly. Anyways, back to this. And Karen says, I'm hoping he's with another female. That would have been the best case scenario. There was something, Gretchen said, is that what you're thinking now? And Karen says, that's what I'm hoping. I can't think of any other explanation why I have not heard from him in 4 hours. He's either passed out, but where is he passed out? Because none of the usual suspects, pun intended, have heard from him. So it's got to be somebody I don't know of. And so that is my hope. So I drive across town and pick up Jen. Before I go get Jen, I retrace my steps from the night before. I don't go to Fairview because I'm told he's not there. But I go back by the bars. I don't know what I'm looking for. I just know nobody has seen him. Nobody knows where he is. I'm going to go where where we last were. So I drove back by the bars. I just need to pause for 1 second. I feel like I didn't even give enough credence to how much Jen was lying in the part where she's like, and I told her that you were at 34 Fairview. Like, Karen remembered all of this because this is like, they have her phone GPS data. This is where she went. This is what she did. She wasn't blacked out. That story came from Jen. What a nightmare Karen has been living in, just being gaslit and lied to and lied about. And like, this is her real story. So now I'm halfway between Johns and Fairview. I don't venture as far as Fairview. I instead go to the other side of town from the bar area to get Jen McCabe. I get to Jen's and she comes out in her pajamas with like Uggs and a coat on. And I was kind of surprised Matt didn't come out, her husband. They both have SUVs. I'm shaking. It was difficult for me to even keep my hand steady. And Gretchen says, isn't it a little odd that like you call her, you're hysterical, and she's having you drive to her? Good morning, Gretchen. Thank you for waking up and getting your head in the game. Good question. Yeah. And then she comes out with me and her big burly husband. Really? That's what we're going with for Matt? Okay. Big burly Matt doesn't offer to drive us or to drive me. Let Jen stay home and let Matt come out, or let me sit there for a minute. And can Matt go do a lap around? And then Jen gets in my car and I tell Jen that I just cracked my tail light, which I did moments before I picked Jen up. So I don't know if my light, I didn't even stop to look at it. I just know I heard, and Gretchen says, as you're pulling out, you heard it. And Karen says, yep, you felt it. AJ says, did you say you just cracked your taillight? And Karen says, yeah. And then AJ asks the clarifying question, or my taillight's cracked? No, I said I just cracked my taillight. And then Gretchen says, and you did say that to her? Karen says, yep. She says, Karen, calm down. You're hysterical. I think we need to go back to John's, where I just came from, and check the property, which is like a half an acre. She said he could have passed out somewhere. And I'm thinking, all right, maybe there's some merit to this. I never did go upstairs other than to wake up the niece, but I guess he could have conceivably snuck in the house while I was on the couch, even though I was just kind of half asleep in anticipation of him coming in. But maybe he somehow got in and went upstairs and fell in the bathroom, in the master bath, which would have been several doors away from me. I said, all right, I guess. I don't have any other idea. So we then now drive back to John's. It's after 5:30. This is an hour after my first call with Jen. Nearly an hour after my first, and we're back at John's. And I'm going in the basement. We're all running around the house. I'm looking in he had this big walk-in closet over the garage. I'm looking for him. I don't know what Jen and Carrie are doing, but I'm just running around looking in behind every door and in every bathroom. I said, we need to go back. I say to Jen, we need to go back to your sister's neighborhood. I've been everywhere but there. So Jen says, let's let Carrie drive, and then you sit in the back and we'll drive over to Fairview. And Gretchen says, and are you still wearing like your clothes from the night before? Yes. Okay. I had those clothes on until through the time I was approached by state police at my parents' house. And then Gretchen says, okay, sorry. So then you guys go back and in the weather conditions at this point. What does that question mean? And in the weather, did you go back in the weather conditions that were happening at that point, or did you make new weather conditions? Karen says, it's snowing steadily. Got it. It's not sideways, but it's coming down. And I'd say there's a thorough inch, about an inch, 2 inches. She's the only person who's gotten the snow correct in this entire story for years. Still, at the conclusion of the second trial, she's still the only person I have heard who has gotten this snow correct. Okay, and Gretchen says, and are the women, Carrie and Jen, are they saying, trying to reassure you? Are they coming up with theories about where he could be? I said to Jen, could he be with someone else? Do you know something you're not telling me? I will be okay with it. I just need to know. Was there something up last night? Was he meeting up with someone else at the house? AJ says, is that what you meant when you said I was hopeful that was the explanation? In other words, I want to make sure you're clear and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you weren't hoping he was having an affair, right? You're hopeful that there's an alternative. Karen says, yes. AJ says, explanation other than he's dead somewhere or injured or hurt. And Karen says, yes. AJ says, correct. Karen says, there was a woman who was on a, and then AJ, so AJ and Karen are both talking at the same time. And what AJ is saying is, I just don't want you to miscommunicate that, oh my God, I think he's having an affair. No. And then Karen says, no, that was the only explanation short of him being impaired somewhere. I mean, ideally, he'd be passed out on a couch. That was the best I could hope for. But I knew John. John and I were both incredibly light sleepers. So by 4:30 in the morning, he would have gone through a REM cycle wherever he passed out. When John and I were together, we were both up using the bathroom all night. John could hear an ant going across the floor. So I knew when I was calling him at 4:35, 5:30, and he's not answering, he wasn't that intoxicated. He should be alert to a ringing phone. So by 5 o'clock, I was sure something was really, and then Yannetti materializes out of nowhere and says, so to Alan's point, there are 2 bad outcomes. He's either having an affair or he's dead in your mind. And having an affair, at least he's alive. Yes. Okay, great. We cleared that up. You don't want her to sound like she was wishing he was having an affair. We didn't get that, but good lawyering. Okay, so then Gretchen says, and there was no reason to think that was just, here we go. Karen says, there was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house, Bella's mom. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating, and she broke up briefly with her husband. I never knew quite what the status was. They were together, they weren't together, and I was thinking perhaps when John went into Fairview, no, Ashley is walking distance. Maybe Ashley was back there and her and Jen are best friends. So I was starting to think, okay, maybe Jen was trying to set up John and Ashley. And Jen also, when we were leaving the waterfall, was trying to get John and I separated. So this started to make sense to me. Makes sense to me too. Bella's mom has got it going on. So when I'm in the back seat of Kerry's car, driving from John's house to Fairview. Also, can I pause for 1 second to say that Karen is the only person in this entire saga also who has used Ashley's name instead of Bella's mom, because it has always cracked me up that Bella's mom's the only person who doesn't get like a name in this. She's just Bella's mom. Everybody else gets to be their real self, but Ashley is just Bella's mom. So when I'm in the back seat of Kerry's car, driving from John's house to Fairview, I said, Jen, please just be honest with me. Did John get back together with Ashley? And she said, no, that's long over. That's not a thing. And that just made me more panicked. Oh, you mean it didn't make you homicidal to hear her say Bella's mom? Hear that, Hank? That's not a thing. And that just made me more panicked that, all right, that's one more innocuous possibility of where John was. And AJ says, so are you ticking off these sort of fleeting thoughts? Like, what could have happened? And Karen says, yep. And AJ says, in this void of information, you're ticking off, yep, okay. Now, Gretchen says, and are you saying that you don't remember dropping him off the night before? You don't remember what happened the night before, that you might, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Okay. Karen says, so I hadn't said anything along the lines of, did I hit him until I found him? And he was in the front yard. So there's a bench. Okay, Gretchen says, okay, so you're driving. Karen says, we're driving and we're going slowly. We're probably going about 15 miles an hour. And I remember looking at the temperature on Kerry's dashboard and it said 18. And we're turning left. We're kind of going down a slope so that the nose of the car is kind of pointed in the direction of the Albert's address. And I see John. I described it to David, and afterwards when I met Alan and Liza, it looked like he was everybody say it with me, a buffalo on the prairie. Pause for Hank. John Keefe was not a buffalo on the prairie. It was a lump that just looked wrong there. It didn't look like a bush or a fire hydrant or an animal. It was a lump, and there were not snowdrifts, but blowing snow kind of going over him, like that you could see the snow being blown up from the lawn over John's body. Gretchen with the genius over here, because it's windy. It's windy. He stood out clear. I saw him instantly and I'm yelling. I said to Kerry, there he is, there he is. And she said, where? And she's looking straight ahead. I don't know if she was looking at the road. And then Jen McCabe says, I don't see him. Kerry, keep going. What? Kerry, keep going. I said, he's right there. Now we're going fairly slow. John's probably maybe where the doorway is that David's sitting in. They're not stopping the car. So I open. Now John's on the left side of the car, but I'm kind of sitting in a little more to the right. I jump out of the car while it's still moving and I fell into the street. They kept driving. And I ran over to John and immediately started to try to work on him. So, and then Gretchen says, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did he have 6 inches of snow on him? And Karen, the only person who understands the real snow, says, no, there wasn't 6 inches of snow, even if it were blowing with a turbine. There was a covering of snow. And AJ says, dusting like. Karen says, yeah, but there wasn't any accumulation beyond like 1 to 2 inches. Yep. Gretchen says, so you could see him? Yep, Gretchen, did you hear everything she just said? He wasn't like hardened like a lump covered in snow. Karen says he had, and it looked to be mainly from the wind. Now, John, if David's me and I'm John, John's got snow covering like his thigh, but it's been like blown over his thigh. But I can see the bottom of his jeans, his head, his hair, his clothes. And I had like almost, if you were at the beach on a windy day and you get patches of sand on your blanket, that's the covering of John. I need to pause for 1 second just to tell you guys, because I just got distracted by this. I've read this page specifically already because I had made a post on Twitter the other day about there's like footage. I'm not even going to get into it, but there's footage where you can basically see where John's hat is eventually found. And you can like see that there's not a hat there. And their answer to my post about that was that Karen says here that she could see his head and his hair. So his hat couldn't have been planted 3 days later because you could see because Karen could see John's head. If you're not on Twitter, this is the kind of stupidity that we're dealing with. If it didn't make sense to you what I just said, it's because it doesn't make sense. Anyways, I also need in like 5 more minutes to take another fervent break while I have your attention. Okay. She could see his head, so somehow that means his hat was not planted. Okay. That's the covering of John. And it was just little patches of his body had snow swept over them. And David says, there was no snowbank over him. There was not enough snow on the ground that had fallen. And Karen says the opposite of yep, which is nope. Now, David says there was not enough snow on the ground that had fallen from the sky to cover him. And Gretchen's like, okay, got it. And there was about how much snow on the ground? Like a couple inches? Karen says like 1 to 2 inches. Gretchen says 1 to 2 inches, that's it. Karen says it's pretty mild. Pretty mild, yeah, in the same general area. Yeah, yep. Gretchen says, so you see him, are you thinking he's dead? Like what, when you see him laying there, Karen says, yeah, he looked passed out and he didn't look like his lips was separated a bit and the blood coming out of his nose worried me. Just from, it was moving. Gretchen says, it was dripping. It wasn't. Karen says, no, it wasn't like running, but he had wet blood out of both of his nostrils, and he had blood on his face and in a couple spots. I mean, I don't think I could ascertain at the time where he was bleeding from, but he had blood on his face, and he was like this, and his right arm was pointing almost like a scarecrow. Not pointing, but it was just out at a 90-degree angle from his body. And he was just otherwise perfectly supine. His legs, he was flat on his back, and his arm was kind of like this. And one of the first things I started doing was trying to feel his body and get a gauge for what was the state of his body and the temperature of it. I remember like trying to breathe warm air around his chest with cupping my hands over my face. Jen and Carrie pull further to the opposite end of the yard and stopped the car in the street, not far from me. I mean, when I look at photos of the scene, it's closer. Their car looks closer than I remember. They might have backed up, but my memory is they drove like a full yard, the length of the Alberts yard away from me, stopped the car, and then Carrie came running over. And just before Carrie did, I was trying to give John mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And then when Carrie approached me, I said, let's take turns. I'm not even sure I know what I'm doing. I think we learned this in elementary school, and I've never had to apply it, but I didn't know. Maybe Carrie knew it better. So she and I were taking turns from chest compressions to mouth resuscitation. When I was pinching John's nose and breathing in his mouth, I could hear gurgling. And my thought was maybe he passed out drunk, somehow got in the front yard, passed out drunk, and was asphyxiating on his own vomit because I could hear gurgling. So I yelled to Carrie, we need to get John. I think he's choking. I can hear something. I mean, in hindsight, I think it was, you might have described it to me, explained it to me, or it was in the EMT records that he just had a lot of fluid in his lungs that they pumped out in the ambulance. So I don't think what I was hearing was actually John, trying to breathe. But Carrie and I get into kind of an argument. I said, we've got to get him on his right side because I feel like he's choking. And she says, no, you don't move the body. Leave him where he is. Leave him on his back. And I said, no, and she said, what if he's got a spinal injury? And I said, well, he can't breathe. And we went back and forth. And I just remember very vividly that what I was getting, we weren't agreeing about how to treat him. And probably within 8 minutes, 10 minutes, some 7, 8, 10 minutes, the EMTs came. Just to pause for 1 second, I feel like Carrie and I probably took the same like lifeguarding class in 2004 to get CPR trained, because that was like a big thing, was like, if you ever see somebody on the ground, don't move them. And I'm realizing only in this moment right now how that's probably true in certain situations, but in a lot of situations, you do need to move somebody. I also remember them in those CPR classes. Basically, they scared me so much that in my mind, I was going to get electrocuted from trying to give somebody CPR who had been electrocuted. Like they were like, this is a common thing that will happen. You will find somebody who's on the ground and you will give them CPR and you will get electrocuted. Hopefully they've changed those courses by now. Maybe this is a good time now because the EMTs are about to get there. We'll be in like the next chapter. Let's take a quick fervent break because I just need a second. We'll reassess and then we'll continue. Sound good? Anybody have a fervent request? We already did. Hank, Lally, Chicken Parm Charlie. Was that all we did? Yeah, and quicksand too. Why was I convinced? I was like looking for quicksand. I like thought quicksand was going to be fun. Bob. Okay. I guess let's do the trifecta of the lawyers and then we'll come back. Here you go. See you back in a couple minutes. Enjoy.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Alessi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
much knowledge. Flow so unique, call it path pandemonic. Don't get too close or this nerd will spray. I'm a walking, talking word of the day, hey. But be careful, I'm not all brains. Got a mean left hook that'll change your day. Don't even think about coming for David, or I'll put your blood in an affidavit. With my black gloves, I will legally scalp you. Got me looking like I'm about to tattoo you. In your theory, so many holes I poke. It's more bullshit than the ARCA hoax. Sorry, judge, but let me elucidate before you go and take our experts away. We want the jury to hear the truth, that John didn't have a bruise. It's what you do to me. Call me a lessonator, baby, I'm here for the kill. Talk nerdy to me, I'll be assiduous, baby, you know the drill. It's what you do to me. Call me a lessonator, baby, I'm here for the kill. I'll be assiduous, baby, you know. His cross exams are more like Hell's Kitchen. He'll beat your ass if he catch you bullshitting. Talk slick to Bob and you'll have your natty swinging. Circle round your house like my name Ian Whiffen. Mr. Burgess, you're faking degrees. Have you heard of the term mendacity? He knows now. How can a witness be talking so reckless and welch to outer space with the Lexus? Once I get going, it's real hard to stop. My rhymes are sharp and they're hard as a rock. Got the young Yeti and it's fully stocked. Give me the rock, and I'll make the shot. Swish. How convenient that Google search is gone. But did you use Axiom? Probably not. Half man, half Vulcan, they calling me Spock. But let me assure you that it's just fine. Call me a lessonator, baby, I'm here for the kill. Talk nerdy to me, I'll be assiduous, baby, you know the drill. That's what you do to me. Call me a lessonator, baby, I'm here for the kill. Baby, I'll be assiduous, baby, you know the drill. Baby, I'll be assiduous, baby, you know the drill. Baby.
put you on a pretty list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Yeah, AJ's dangerous. Ooh, oh baby, I was born for this.
Yeah, I brought the West Coast to Dedham. Nobody is safe from my verbal venom. Put a witness on the stand and watch me shred 'em. Have 'em praying for peace, like the name John Lennon. A lawyer to match me? Well, I ain't met 'em. Don't believe me? Just ask Hank Brennan. Free can't read, and that was just the beginning. I'm never tired of winning. Got these middle-aged women waiting up to go swimming. Let's swim. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I put you on a Brady list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, and AJ's dangerous. Ooh, I put you on a Brady list. Oh, sorry, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and KG, the real big threes. You Nettie, Bob, and me. Gonna come with the seat. Don't try me, you should know by now I always come with receipts. I'm out here penning letters like my name better roll. You got problems, Cox, and I think they're federal. Attorney Corey Hopkins, sure let him know. This ain't an episode, this a whole damn show. I don't get nervous, I make people nervous. I don't get nervous, I make people nervous. Ajax out here eliminating all you greasy motherfuckers. Ha ha ha. I'll put you on a Brady list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, yeah, AJ's dangerous. Ooh, I'll put you on a Brady list. Oh.
There I am. Yeah, the rest of this is going to be dedicated to Adam Deitch. Everybody, September 1st, vote for Adam Deitch. Let's get right back into it. We are now out. They've just found John, and Jen decided he's not there. Keep driving. Go, Carrie, go. Like, can we get into her head for just a minute? Like, what was the plan? You were just going to be like, keep driving, go, and hope that like somebody, like, what was the plan? Karen saw him. You're too late. Your plan's not working. Okay. That's crazy. Okay. Now, okay. And so Gretchen says, and so Jen is in the car the whole time? Yep. And do you know what she's doing? Karen says, I yelled to Jen when I saw the body and I went to jump out of the car. I said, call 911. And AJ seizes the moment. Have you heard that tape? Gretchen, no, I have not. Do you want me to play it? Yeah. This isn't the 911 call. This is good move, AJ. When we were looking for John, just as I saw him, I was calling his phone over and over again. When I saw him and jumped out, I dropped my phone in the back seat and it proceeded to leave inadvertently a 4-minute voicemail on John's phone. So this is me leaving a 4-minute voicemail on John's phone, and you hear Jen. So it's a voicemail, and that's left in the car. So now they play, there's a man passed out in the snow, and then they play her calling to Nicole. Okay. And then they have a problem with the phone. Then they play the voicemail. Okay. Karen says, I had already, it was ringing him. What I think, it was still ringing. I don't think when you dropped it on the ground. Yeah. Because I'm already out and I sound like I'm in, AJ says, there's a distance. Karen says, I'm already screaming. So I've already found, and Liza chimes in to say, you're not repeatedly screaming, I killed him, I killed him. And then Gretchen says, it's hurry, hurry. Is that what I'm hearing? And Karen says, no, I kept saying Carrie, Carrie. And then Jen, Jen, Jen. And then Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. What you don't hear is, can you please Google how long does it, Gretchen's like, yeah, take to die in the cold from hypothermia, which is what Gretchen says, did you ever say that at all? No. You never did say that. I mean, I had a phone. Jen and I were not in the same car again until Canton police came. And my hands were numb. I had been out in the snow with him. Gretchen asks, what are you wearing again? So you're just wearing, Karen says, I had like black pants, like a bomber jacket and boots, like dress boots. So not like snow boots. I had no gloves or hat or anything. And I was actually starting to feel pain in my fingertips, like they were freezing. And a Canton cop, I don't know which one it was, said, you need to go back and car. So this is now maybe 15, 20 minutes after I found John. I'm back in the car and Jen comes and sits in the car with me. Still has not gone to the body. Now the body is in the ambulance behind us and they're trying to intubate him or whatever they're doing. Jen claims that's when I said to her to Google how long to die from hypothermia. I think that's what she says exactly. So you never asked her to do that? Nope. You never said, did I hit him? I hit him. I said, did I hit him? And then, when I talked to David, now this is later, David said, Karen, if you incapacitated him in any way, there's culpability there. And I thought, all right, maybe I said to my mother, just to go forward in a second, they were asking me, what was it like? Did they come out? What was the house like? And I said, Mom, it was like nobody was home. There was no lights on. Nobody came out. Maybe something happened when I dropped John off and he didn't belong there. Came to flag me down. Oh, I've got music blasting in my car, which I want to do. And maybe John hits the back of my car. Karen, hey, stop. Where are you going? I'm coming with you. And I ran over his foot or I clipped him in the knee and in his drunkenness passed out and started to freeze before he could come to. This is the only explanation I can think for why is this man at the house where I left him freezing and bloodied up in the snow. I certainly did not think for about 3 full days that he was beaten and left like roadkill by parents of children and people who knew John and who John was and what has happened to him in his life. And Alan Jackson says, right, and cops. So, and cops. So I said, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I technically say the words I hit him? Yes. They were preceded. She loves this line. They were preceded by a did, and they were proceeded by a question mark. And that's what's going through my mind. What the fuck happened? And Gretchen says, right, but not to Jen in the car. No, I probably said it. If I said it maybe 3 times, it was when there was a crowd. David says, "You mean in the ambulance?" And then she says, "Kerry." And then Gretchen says, "On the first, I can't make it out." So Lally says it went to voicemail. And then Karen says, "The unanswered and voicemail calls have a 0 minute, 0 second time duration. Answered calls, when the phone picks up, it starts ticking." So unanswered and voicemail calls show 0 time duration. Answered calls, when the phone picks up, it starts ticking. We've been looking at phone records for a year and a half. There are 8 seconds associated with this call. There's a call a minute later for 7 seconds. We've been looking at our own personal records. If it goes to voicemail or it's not picked up, there is no duration recorded. It's 0 always. And then Gretchen says, "Okay, so EMTs come and they put you," so I'm just trying to and Karen says, "As soon as they come, they might work on him for 2 minutes in the yard. They put him on some kind of soft carrier." And Gretchen says, "And are you still outside with them at this point?" Or Karen says, "Yep, I'm watching them bring him into the ambulance. As soon as he's in the ambulance and I can see through the windshield, the ambulance is behind us. I can see him up in the lights, up on a gurney kind of, at a 45-degree angle. And then I start feeling the pain in my fingertips. And a cop tells me to go get in the back seat of the car to warm up. And as soon as I get in the back, Jen then goes back in the seats we were when we found the body. I'm in the back, Jen's up in the passenger, just me and Jen in the car." And Gretchen asks, "And what's the conversation there when you guys are back in the car? Do you remember?" Karen says, "Yeah." And then Gretchen says, "I mean, I'm sorry, this must all just be..." And then Karen says, "No, something along the lines of what happened. Something along the lines of what happened. I might have said, could I have done what happened? And how long do you think he was out there for? Because I'm trying to mathematically determine, if I dropped off John just before 1 and now it's 6 o'clock, has he been out there this whole time? How long was he in the house for?" And Jen didn't offer much. She told me just to calm down and that they're doing the best they can. At some point, Kerry came back to the car and they're just trying to warm him up. They're trying to get his body temperature back up. I was also on the phone. I called my father. My parents didn't answer at first. I called my brother, my sister-in-law, my best friend. I probably made 10 phone calls. And I texted my poor dad. I said, "Dad, John is dead." And he called me back within, and then Gretchen says, "And did you think he was dead at this point?" Karen says, "I knew it was not good, but I did feel when I was on him, I was trying to lay on him, and then I was doing mouth to mouth. He felt supple. It wasn't stiffness or rigor mortis. And he felt pliable. I took the hand that was outstretched to the house and I was trying to just put body heat and breath on him wherever I could. And he felt..." And then Alan Jackson says, "You were able to bend his arm?" And Karen says, "Yeah." And then Liza says, "You had his," and then Gretchen cuts her off. We never know. Karen says, "I was also trying to elicit a response from my father because I was desperate to talk to one of my parents, but I didn't know for certain he was dead until about 11 o'clock at the hospital. But I just..." And Gretchen says, "You still had some hope." Hey, Queen. Karen says, "Oh, yeah." Gretchen says, when you're there, you're freaking out, you're panicking, but you still have some hope. And Karen says, well, I had hope too, because I looked into the ambulance and I didn't see where he was, where they had put an IV in him, but I could see the tubing coming up from his body. And I remember saying to Jen, or maybe it was to Carrie, if they put IVs in him, then he's got to be viable, right? You don't put an IV. I mean, I know people are pronounced dead at scenes, and you don't see a dead body and then try to put IVs in it. So I remember feeling when I saw the IVs, this was about a half hour after finding him. I thought, all right, they've got a vein and they're trying to revive. He's revivable. So that made me feel hopeful. Oh, God. David says, can I ask, do you remember Jen at some point telling you that she was never inside the house? And then Karen says that Jen was never inside the house. David says, yeah, Jen telling you that she was never inside the house. Yeah, Jen said, I can't remember, David, now. We haven't had this conversation. AJ says, can we? Karen says, yes. Gretchen says, all right, we'll go to the bathroom. They have a bathroom break. Then Gretchen says, when they come back, one thing I wanted to ask was how many like emergency vehicles were there? I mean, 5 or 6. Like everyone's there? Karen says, I have since seen photos from a neighbor, and there was the ambulance closest to where I found John. There was a ladder truck. There was an ambulance. You can see a police car. I'd say 5. Lights flashing. There was 2 ambulances. Gretchen asks, sirens coming down when they came? Karen says, mm-hmm. And I'm just as close to his bedroom window as I am to my phone falling in the back of the SUV parked further down the road. You can hear me screaming. I'm about equidistant from the phone that's picking up my voice. Ooh, good connection. The phone that's picking up my voice to his bedroom window, which was front left of the house. And there's other people around. Nicole Albert has, and then there's a blip, so we don't know. Gretchen says, and wasn't there a statement by, was it Julie Albert, that she dropped off Dunkin' Donuts or something? And Karen says, yep. And they don't know that John's died until they arrived, per Julie Albert's statements. I think she said she got there at 7:38 and showed up with Dunkin' Donuts and was only alerted in the house. Oh my God, what happened? Somebody died. John that I've known for 10 years and he lives on my street. You mean there wasn't a flurry of text messages and it also goes to show you how desolate the crime scene was within an hour. No. So clearly, at least according to the people who converged on 34 Fairview, there were no indications as they were approaching the property that there had just been 5 emergency vehicles, ambulances, and a dead body and blood in the snow. She didn't know, according to her, although she made 2 conflicting statements. She said she knew John was dying at 4:55. But then before the grand jury, she said she didn't know John was dead until I walked in with Dunkin' Donuts closer to 8 o'clock. I'm going to pause there for just 1 second to say, hey, Karen, guess what? Karen of the past, she's going to make another conflicting statement on the stand where she's going to say that phone call actually happened at 5:55, which is still too early for you to find out if you didn't already know. Just saying. So Karen says, so that means you approached the house and there was no sign of what just happened less than 2 hours earlier. And Liza says, no crime scene tape. Also, side note, maybe it's because the yard wasn't a crime scene. But the good news is they did save the crime scene tape for the Sally Port because they were saying this right here, this is a crime scene. Doo-doo-doo. And when you went to John, I know that they found a little bit of blood, but there was no blood all over the place. Karen says, I don't know what it was like under John's head because Carrie and I were struggling back and forth. I wanted to move him, but John stayed pretty much right where I found him. When they lifted John, I had already been pulled away. The EMTs are here, get off of her, and I was hysterical, and they just wanted me out of their hair. There's my do-to-do. So I never looked at what the snow looked like under John, but he didn't have blood around him. But, and seeing what he looked like in the hospital when he was pronounced dead, that there was just a massive pool. He was in a pool of blood all behind him. Oh. So I don't know what it looked like under his body. And Gretchen says, gotcha. And you were saying the Our Father with Jen? And when is that? And Karen says, that is when the three of us are back in the car. So when they took John into the ambulance and they said, go warm her up, I went to the back seat. Jen came in the front, and I think Carrie was there when we were praying. And I leaned over the front seats and I said, please. I mean, this is how I grew up, always praying. And in church, I always hold hands saying the Our Father. I said, and I was just desperate. I said, I need intervention here. So we prayed. I mean, I don't think they knew it as well as I did, but I know that they're Catholic, and I just said, let's pray. I think we said maybe 3 or 4 prayers. I just said Hail Mary and Our Father a couple times. And before 7 o'clock, at about 6:45, they said, all right, you can go. Take her home. And Gretchen says, so at this point, are you still sitting in the back seat? Yes. And are you calling your dad and making statements that you want to take your own life? And Karen says, I think I texted my father. I said, I just don't want to live. And I didn't mean it. I just was beside myself. And Karen says, now my parents are in their 70s. They're an hour away on a sunny day, and the snow's just picking up. So then my father called 911 and asked somebody to check on me. So as we're driving away, Jen calls me. I'm with Carrie now. Carrie's driving me back to John's. But then I get a call from Jen, and she said, the police want you back at the scene. This is Jen telling me. So a cop didn't call me. Jen called me. And she said, your father's worried about you. So then when I got back to the scene, they said, we're going to take you to the hospital. Gretchen asks, what were your feelings about that? And Karen says, I don't know. I don't know if I cared at that moment. I didn't know what to do with myself. What am I going to do if I go back to John's? I wanted to see somebody close to me desperately. I just wanted to hug somebody or somebody hug me. And I just wanted to know what the status was with John. I wanted to see one of my parents or both of them. And then Gretchen says, and were you going to go back to his house or to the hospital? Karen says, when I got taken back to 34 Fairview, they had someone, presumably CPD. In fact, I know it was CPD because I've seen the turrets, said, we're calling an ambulance. And they didn't say section 12, but I could tell I was being sectioned. They were holding me down. They were wiping blood off me. I don't know if they took my phone at that moment. I know my phone was definitely taken when I was put on a bed at the hospital. They took my clothes to take everything off, give them my phone, and I just waited for my dad to get there. I kept calling Carrie Roberts, who was in the waiting room with John's family, because no one would tell me what the status was with John. So I kept calling Carrie, who I know was in the hospital too. And I kept saying, is he dead? I must have called her 12 times. Is he dead? Gretchen asked, from the hospital. And she says, they're working on him. They're working on him. And then I was there for 5 hours. After about 2 or 3 hours, Carrie changed. She was very compassionate with me for the first few phone calls. They're working. There was a nurse's station, and you could use the phone at will. I wasn't calling her from my own phone, but I kept calling from the nurse's station. And she said, they're working on him, honey. They're trying to warm him, trying to get his temperature up. I realized now he was already dead, and she was just trying to keep me calm. But then, after about 2.5 hours, she picked up maybe every third call, and she was very short with me. And then that happened maybe twice, and then she stopped answering my calls. Gretchen asks, and why was she short? Karen says, I mean, what I believe is that there was a plan taking place, and Carrie was being looped into it. And per her statements, Jen McCabe said, while still at Fairview at 9 a.m., now we found John at 6 a.m. At 9 a.m., she calls Sergeant Lank from the Canton Police Department over back to 34 Fairview because she suddenly remembers statements I made. I added the suddenly. And that would have been around the time I got to the hospital about 7:15. And it was about 2.5 hours later that Carrie was only intermittently responding to me. And then it was at about 10-ish, closer to when I was leaving the hospital than when I arrived, that John's family filed by me, and John's mother couldn't even look at me. She glanced at me and just looked ahead. And Gretchen asked, did they try to sedate you or anything? Karen says, yep. And could you tell, were you getting calmer? So they gave her something. Karen says, I mean, I don't know if I'm calmer than I was when I found him, but not that I could sleep. I just, I've never experienced grief or loss like that. Fortunately, even though I'm 43. I mean, I've lost grandparents and aunts and uncles, but never in anything, not with someone that I was intimate with physically and emotionally within hours of finding them deceased or severely impaired. So I just felt desperate. I was very desperate to see someone compassionate towards me. God, my heart. I feel like she's still feeling like that. It's like, ugh, she didn't deserve this. I just wanted, if it was my brother, my sister-in-law, anyone, I just needed a hug. I just felt broken. And then Gretchen says, and so you're in a hospital bed in a hospital gown. Yeah, I could tell the nurse, there were other people in section 12 all around me, and I could tell I was being treated a little differently, a little more warmly. My understanding is that this was the nurses were treating me like this is not a psychologically depressed person trying to take their own life. I had John's blood all in my hair. I had a ring of blood around my face. I think they knew this woman just went through something traumatic, but she's not insane, because the others were told to either stay down on beds or stay behind closed doors. And I was kind of able to come in and out of this room and keep using the phone at the nurse's station. I felt the nurses were compassionate towards me, the two that were tending to me. All hail the nurses. So how did you know Carrie's number without your cell phone? And Karen said, I still know what I think it is. She remembers Carrie's number. I don't know how I knew it. I don't know how I know a few numbers off the cuff, but I did talk to Carrie regularly. I don't know how I remembered it at the time. That's pretty crazy. Good job. And so John is 2 doors down. Yeah, I think there's one door in between us, and then he's the one after it. And again, you don't know whether he's dead or alive. No, I mean, as the morning goes on, I can tell I'm being lied to, or not lied to, but just handled. And she asked, "How did you find out?" My dad. So my dad got to the hospital, took him a long time. He wasn't comfortable driving. So my brother, who lives in Raynham with my sister in law, he has an SUV, picked up my father, and then came back. It took them like 3 hours. That's how bad the weather was. My dad spoke to the nurse and possibly to the doctor. I don't know if he spoke to the doctor and they said she's severely traumatized and she keeps asking me if he's dead. Do you want us to tell her or do you want to tell her? And he said, I can do it. And he came in the room and he said, he's gone. And it just felt like so final. And I just fell on the floor. And then my dad's on the floor with me and he just kissed me and hugged me. And he just said, he's gone, Karen. I feel bad for my parents and they've gone through this. Maybe even it's been harder for them than for me because I know what I can handle. And I know when I'm being honest to them and say, I've got this, I feel strong, mom and dad. I think sometimes they think I'm just saying that but I do feel strong. And my mother described it to me in the months afterwards. She said, when we look at you, we see you through all the stages of your life. When you were a little girl, when you were going to kindergarten, when you were sick, and you don't even remember those years that we remember. But we don't just see you as a 42, 41-year-old woman last winter, but we see you, all the things you've gone through, the things you've done, recitals and what. And it's just your life flashes before our eyes as your parents. So I know it's harder for them. I know it's harder for them than me actually going through it. And we're exceptionally close, the three of us anyway. Even, before this, before it got serious with John, I would spend most weekends with my parents. We'd go to the beach, the three of us, we'd walk the beach. We went to mass on Saturday, went for dinner, and we'd laugh and play music. And there's like an oldies countdown on Sirius. And we've always been like very prayerful as a family. Whenever I'm with my parents, if I was sleeping over their house, we always say the rosary together. I mean, I just always had, as kids, we always said the rosary as a family every night. They're not ultra religious. They just, they think you can get strength from thinking a little more inwardly sometimes. But they're just amazing. I don't know. I mean, and David and Alan and Liza I could not take one of those five, my mom, my dad, or these three out of the equation. I don't know how I would. And they're like my parents, cut from the same cloth, like polished and strong, but empathetic. And I just feel like my dad and I always say that as financially burdensome as this is, we say if we had Bob Kraft money, we wouldn't assemble a different team. And now that I'm embroiled in this, I follow what the case is and how they're being treated and what they are being charged with and what's their bail. I have I've got a lot of time on my hands and there's nobody I would, swap out. I just feel it, I told David, I told Alan and Liza this. I've just seen the best and the worst of humanity at the exact same time of my life. And I feel targeted and persecuted and prosecuted, but I also feel so blessed that thank God I have these people in my life. And what about these poor, it's my personal belief that what has happened to me and how I have been targeted is not new to the people who are targeting me. Yep. There has been seemingly no compunction from many players on the other side of this to do right by their own integrity or by my life or by my family. None. It just seems to come too naturally for this to be anyone's first foray in handling a case like this. I have a good platform and I have excellent attorneys and I'm outspoken myself. It just makes me think this happens every day in every county across this country. Something is broken, and these bad apples are not rotting in isolation. This is a systemic problem. I don't know any other way. In this, the highest IQ state in the country, something goes so horribly wrong like this. This has got to be the system. This has to be a behavior that's practiced. And then Gretchen says, let's talk about something else. Gretchen says, so from the hospital, your dad, does he take you back to, and you guys start going back to his house? Karen says, yeah, we stayed. We had to do like an exit evaluation, and then we went back to John's. My brother drove us, and I said, Dad, I just want to see the kids. I don't know if they've been told. I had only just been reunited with my phone, and I just want to see the kids. When I walked into John's kitchen, his mother, father, brother, and niece were there, and niece was weepy, but not overly emotional. But she was with John's father at one end of the island, and John's father and I hugged niece, and John's father like kind of enveloped us in this like triangle, and he said, we got to just stick together. We have to stay by each other's side right now. And he was very compassionate and sweet, but I know that the kids had a stronger emotional connection with their grandfather than their grandmother. Then the discourse happened with Paul said he looked like he went 5 rounds. John's mother interjected and said, I guess he got hit by a car. And I thought, well, I saw him too, and I don't think looks like he got hit by a car. I don't know what he looked like, but I kept thinking of whatever Sarnaev brother that was hit by Zokar. No, the other one, Tamerlan. I forget their names. Yeah, I saw his autopsy photos after the marathon bombing, and the younger brother backed up into the older brother, I think was at Watertown or Cambridge. It was Watertown. And he had a Honda Civic sized chunk out of his rib cage. I mean, it was a piece of him missing where he got hit with the car. And I thought, that's what I've seen a body look like. I don't have Alan's experience or David's, but that's what I've seen. And anyway, so that exchange happened. And then nephew got dropped off from the family whose house he had slept at. And John's mother went up to nephew before he even put his bag down and told him, like she had to be the one, told him before the kid even took his coat off, JJ is dead. And nephew just started bawling. Oh my goodness. And then Gretchen says, so he didn't know anything as he's walking in the door. And she said, JJ is dead. And Karen says, yep. Didn't bring him into the kitchen where everybody else was, told him before he even took his coat off or his boots. And he just broke down and cried, and she just kind of hovered over him and eventually took him into the playroom. But she wanted to be, and Gretchen said, and she said that you hit him. And Karen said she didn't say that she didn't say Karen hit him. She just said before nephew walked in the room in front of everybody else, including nephew, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. And then Gretchen says, are people at that point wondering, this is a shocking death. Like what happened? And are you discussing? And Karen says, we are not theorizing. Those are the only 2 things is Paul said he looked like he got beat up. John's mother, Peg, said, I think, contrary to what my son's saying, I think he looked like he got hit by a car. And I'm just bewildered. And so was my family. My father hasn't seen John at all, and he's just like, what the hell happened? I mean, we're just dumbfounded. And then I was only there a few minutes when nephew came in, and then John's mother took them in and shut them in a room. And I mean, I could read between the lines. We're all here crying. I have your son's blood all over me, and you're clearly physically trying to keep the kids away from me. I hugged nephew, and then she is immediately ushering him down the hall to the other room. It was very clear that she was doubting my role in this. And Gretchen said, had she talked to anyone? Good question, Gretchen. Karen says, she had been at the hospital with Carrie the entire time. They probably left about 90 minutes before I did. They were there with my father for a time, and my father said that Carrie was with them. It was the four of them, John's parents, Carrie Roberts, and my father in the waiting room. And my father said, yes, Carrie was on her phone, texting, picking up calls the entire time. And now that we have the phone records, we can see that most of this activity was from Jen McCabe. Gretchen says, who was at the Alberts house? Who was at the Alberts house the entire time except 15 minutes before she's supposedly interviewed by Michael Proctor, where she then leaves the Alberts and goes across town back to her house. But up until I think it was 11:16 from when we got there at 6:04 to 11:16, her phone was there the entire time. We can prove that. And other witnesses say the Dunkin' Donuts delivery and Michael Lank gets called back over there. I mean, there's lampposts that tether Jen to that house. But Jen was in constant communication with Carrie. And then Gretchen says, and supposedly they didn't know each other that well up until then, right? Karen says, I can say that they did not know each other well. Jen's kids are older than, they might have one overlap. Jen's youngest and Carrie's oldest, but they weren't in the same social circle. They had to have known each other just from kids being at the same school and games, but I never saw them socialize. So I don't doubt that. But every time I've seen Jen since, which is every one of my hearings, including my Zoom hearings that we had last winter, Jen and Carrie are always together. Gretchen says, yeah, exactly. And so then how long are you at John's house? And is everyone sort of together drinking coffee, crying? Like, what is happening there? Karen says, yep, coffee. John's father was making coffee. He offered it to my brother, my sister-in-law. I can't remember if they might have politely taken it, but they didn't drink it. Accidentally got out of caffeinated coffee. And then Alan Jackson just materialized all of a sudden and said, this one is just as full. I don't know what that means. Then Gretchen says, are you sort of like on good terms with his parents when you're leaving? Is it a hug goodbye? I feel like Gretchen's not listening. Okay. No. It's awkward. Yeah, his father was fine. His mother, I don't even know if I hugged her, but I don't think I did. She was on the couch with the kids. I hugged each kid and said I loved them. And I don't think I hugged John's mother. Did they say they loved you back? Yep. And they were crying. And then AJ says, have you seen them since? And Karen says, no, there's a... and AJ says, when's the last time you ever saw them? Karen says there's a stay away order. So that's the last time you talked to them. Yep. Okay. She gets back to her parents' house and then says, and I'm not there long trying to get a lawyer. Michael Proctor, and then Gretchen says, and you're trying to get a lawyer because, Karen says, because I don't know the circumstances under which I found my boyfriend dead. And I'm starting to wonder, was I the last one with him? He's dead under very horrific circumstances. He didn't have a coat on. He was covered in blood and was pronounced dead shortly thereafter. And she Googles and finds David. And then she says, and my mom's Italian, so she liked David Yanetti's name. Gretchen says, yeah, there you go. She approved. So you get a hold of David when you're driving back. Karen says, yep, that was the first time I called you. Was it? Yeah, I called David for the first time as soon as I got home. And then I called him right after the police left. Then Gretchen just repeats the same thing. It's Saturday. It's Saturday. David answers even on a Saturday. And then Karen says, I said, I just found my boyfriend. He's a Boston police officer, dead in the snow. And then Proctor comes to you. Yep. How did you find him to be as a human? Karen says, they worried me. They were imposing. My parents asked if they would put masks on as my mother had stage 3 cancer. I didn't know that. They're in their 70s. They asked and they wouldn't. They asked him to sit down. They wouldn't. AJ says they didn't. And Gretchen says, you're kidding. And Karen says, yep. They said, we're all set, like it was an option. Gretchen says, that's amazing. Gretch, babes, you're the writer here. I feel like you could come up with a more descriptive word that aptly fits this situation. Karen says, it was hostile right off the bat. I think it was Buchanan. Now this is happening in the foyer and I'm on the couch. My mother's like got a blanket over me and she plugged in a heating pad. I'm still in the clothes from the night before and my dad is greeting them in the garage entrance to the house. Can I just pause for just a second to say, imagine how soulless you have to be to see Karen's parents, her sweet parents, and be like, haha, guess what we're about to do to your daughter. Like I thought about that in the body cam footage or whatever it was that we saw when they arrested Karen the second time, just to be D-bags, when Bill Reed pulls up and is on the phone with Yannetti and he says like, my daughter is traumatized. And it's like, this is just like, they are the quintessential like good people. Like they are the people that you look at as like humanity. And it's like, these are the people that we want society to be. And for Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan to look at them and be like, ha, ha, ha. And even just no, I don't want coffee. No, I don't want to sit down. Okay. Anyways, back to this. My parents say, do you want a coffee? You want to sit down? No, we don't want to sit. Now I'm on the couch. My parents are kind of off in the doorway to the kitchen, and Buchanan and Proctor are standing probably a little bit about this distance. I'm on the couch. I'm still blood cold. I've just walked in and they're standing over me. David says, and it's 4:00. Karen says, no, this is at about 3:00. Yep, a little after 3:00. As soon as they arrive, they say that the Dighton police, that's the town we're in, the Dighton police are right behind them and they're calling for a tow truck. So this is before the police approach me at all. There's already orchestration to get a tow truck. My dad offers to the Dighton cops, do you want to come in? And they said, no, we're just facilitating state police and we're getting a tow yard, which was nearby to the police station, which was nearby to my parents' house. So they never came in. It's not they, it's just Barrows, right? But it was already, I hadn't even been spoken to by anyone by no law enforcement other than get her in the back of the car at Fairview and keep her warm. This is the first time. This is the first time at about 3 o'clock, 3:15. Yannetti says, how long did they stay for? Karen says, not even an hour. It felt like they questioned me for about 20 minutes and they were gone. And it was very brief. They asked what I was drinking, and the most detailed questioning was surrounding what kind of glass I was drinking out of. And I think they asked me, can you find something online that looks like that glass? And I said it was cylindrical and like a vase, which they use that exact language in the police report. Like a taller, skinnier version of that. But they asked what, actually, you know who? That's in somebody's report, but it's supposed to be like in their words. Like I want to say it was in Higgins's report. Like it looked like a vase. I'm going to find that. Like a taller, skinnier version of that. But they asked what the day had been like. And I went through it quickly about the Dunkin' Donuts. And then I met him at McCarthy's, but laser focused on what I was drinking and what, it wasn't hit. So she gave them the words cylindrical and like a vase. And then that just ended up in Higgins's words in his report. That's so sketchy because that makes it. Karen talks in weird ways where she would say that it's cylindrical and like a vase. You think Higgins is saying it was like a vase? So sketchy. They were laser focused on what I was drinking and what was the container of that alcohol. And then could you have done a 3-point turn? They did not ask me, did John go into that house? Or what did you see? I was not asked, what did you see John do? Did you see him enter the house? Were you arguing? Nothing. Just what was mainly around the alcohol, my consumption, and what I was drinking out of. Were they trying to say that the glass that they found at the scene was her glass? Is that why they're being so weird about the glass? Gretchen says, so did you ever tell them that he went into the house, that you dropped him off, or that you dropped him off and he left your car? Karen says, no, but they didn't ask. And I was just answering their questions. This is true. She's saying that in a truthful way. I've heard that same thing come out of other people's mouths in a not truthful way. David had told me not to say anything, but they told me, and they said this when I was arrested months later, when I was charged a second time, quote, if you love John and you care at all about him, we're just trying to help find out what happened to John. Prior to that, then David says, I don't think I talked to you until after they were gone, right? Karen says, yeah. And David says, think about the conversation. And Karen says, I remember the one after they left, that conversation. And then Gretchen says, and how is their demeanor? Like, did you found them a little hostile? Gretch babes, she already told us this. Yeah. Or was it like, we're so sorry about your loss kind of thing? Gretchen, where you been? It was mainly Buchanan questioning me. Michael Proctor kept kind of turning away from the circle that the coffee table and texting on his phone. He's just in Party Boys. He was on his phone the entire time. Yeah, that sounds about right. To the point that for the first month or so, I thought Buchanan had the lead on this case and Proctor was the more junior. That was their demeanor. Well, that's kind of true. Buchanan seemed more militant. He was built better and Proctor seemed doughy and sheepish. It's amazing. Put it on his new dating profile. Michael Proctor, party boy, doughy and sheepish, on my phone all the time, texting on his phone the whole time. So now I come to realize it's actually the exact opposite based on the police reporting and who's taking the reins and all the heavy lifting with this. But they had asked me, who was with you at McCarthy's? And I said, Mike Camerano. And Michael, I think it was Proctor, who said, do you have his number? I said, well, I don't know it, but I'll get it. So I took my phone and opened it. And I think that was when they asked me if I could find a picture of what the glass looked like. So I gave them Mike Camerano's number, and Mike was not in the Albert McCabe circle at all. The kids went to a private school. So I gave them Mike Camerano's number, and I believe I Googled and showed them a photo of a cocktail glass. But they wanted to know, as specifically as I could remember, what did the glass look like? Oh my God. They're like, even if she was just to pause for 1 sec, even if she was the culprit, like even if it wasn't a car, if this was a fight, like whatever, this is not how you get somebody to like confess to a crime. Like they're not trying to find out information at all whatsoever. They're just like, was the glass that we found at the scene the same glass that you had? This is not how you find that out. Like, I don't trust these people at all if there's an actual like mystery that they need to solve. Like if there's somebody on the loose, like these are the people that I'm supposed to count on, like serial killers. Like you're supposed to put the clues together. This is embarrassing. AD for DA. Question. And it was the glass that John had, not you? Karen said, it was the glass I had been drinking out of. John, and we can see it on surveillance. I didn't know because I didn't walk out at the exact same time as him. But when John walked out of the waterfall, he had my glass. And I mean, for the reason for that, my best guess, knowing John, is that he's cheap and he didn't want to leave. Very cheap, frugal. That's another word. He wouldn't have wanted to, and it's my nature to order a drink and then start talking, and then the glass just gets watered down. And I could see John saying, and it's a cop thing, I mean, we've been going to cop bars for 2 years, that you don't have to worry about a DUI and you could take a drink with you. I mean, it's a whole different set of rules. But John walked out with my drink. Okay. And so you're talking to the cops. Proctor's texting really the whole time? Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, he keeps turning away. So we're squared off. I'm on the couch looking up to them, and they're standing. And then Proctor, who's to the right, keeps kind of going towards my parents' fireplace is behind him, kind of going and texting on his phone, but he didn't say much. Gretchen asks if she's nervous, and she says, well, yeah, because they say, we want to take your phone. And I said, well, do you have a warrant? And they said, we don't need a warrant. We don't have a warrant. And David explained to me that they can seize your property pursuant to this crime. And I didn't want to give up I was waiting to engage with David again. I had already called him, and Buchanan said, yeah, we can take your phone. He said it like, yeah, we can take your phone. And I still had it in my hand, and he just took it out of my hand. And then they said that they were going to tow my car. And I said, well, I have personal things in there. I had my winter coat. I had, I packed a bag from John's house with essentials. And they said, you can't get anything out of the car. And they asked for the key. And they said, if you don't give us the key to the car, it was like an electronic, looked like a credit card. The car starts if you have that on you. They said, well, we'll break into it. And I mean, we weren't resisting. We were just wondering, what do we have to turn over to these guys? Seems like you do need a warrant and you do need permission, right? I'm not just imagining that. We do have like a constitution, don't we? What is happening here? We gave them the car keys and they towed the car and they were gone. David said like 4:18. My parents have, it's not a Ring brand, but they have a surveillance camera. Yeah, we know, babes. It's alarm.com. And the car gets put on the flatbed at 4:12, 16:12. And then they leave. And then kind of like, what happens after that? That's Gretchen, sorry. Then David and I talk a lot. He said, you're going. And then Yannetti says, don't. Okay. And then Karen says, I assumed an arrest was imminent. And Gretchen says, you did? And Karen said, well, they have my phone. They have my car. I don't even think I knew the difference at the time. David probably educated me along the way, and we talked a lot. I stayed for about 3 days at my parents'. She asked what you were doing, and she said, I'm sleeping. I just want to be near one of them at all times. I slept on the couch the 3 nights I was there. My dad or mom, they took turns sleeping on the other one. I called my primary care's office. And she took medicine to help her sleep. And then by the 3rd day, I just felt, I could see it was wearing on my parents. I was frustrated. I was scared. I was grieving. It was almost like a breakup now. Like I haven't seen John now. And now I haven't seen him in 2 days or 3 days. And I just felt a lot. I felt beside myself. I felt frustrated and I had to get a new phone. I didn't have the phone. Everything was on there, bills, passwords, everything. So I was here. I am, I'm afraid and I'm trying to talk to Apple and Verizon and Fidelity and Bentley. And it was just a lot. So by the 3rd day, I thought, I've got to go to my house where whatever I'm going through, I can go through it alone. I don't have to wear it on my sleeve for my parents to have to experience as well. And my best friend who lives in Florida flew up immediately. We love a good friend. Good job, bestie. She was at my parents' the next day on Sunday the 30th. She ended up coming back to my house. She spent a night with me and she left on the 2nd. So I spent 1 night alone in my house. And then when she got home to Florida, she called me and I said, Ingrid, there's a lot of activity in front of my house. There's like a Silverado pickup truck parked. It's circled back and parked in another. I think I'm getting arrested. And I hung up with her. And within an hour, it felt like a good half dozen vehicles. And some of them had 2 cops, but there was probably 8 to 10 law enforcement officers converging on my house. They surrounded my entire house. There was some in the front with lights. There was some in the back. And they didn't storm in terms of like breaking anything down. But I had about 10 of them I had a bag ready to go. My ID. David said, have your ID. You need your ID. And I had medication. And then Gretchen says, so you had like 30 minutes of when you start noticing that this is happening. They immediately, as soon as they come in, I answered the door. I don't even know if they had to ring the bell. I could see it happening. And they handcuffed me right away. And they said, where are your belongings? What do you need? A wallet or whatever? And I directed them to where things were. And I got arrested. And I spent the night at the state police barracks in Milton. And then I was arraigned the next morning. They took me out of the cell at about 7:45. And then I was in a holding cell at the courthouse in Stoughton. I had not met David in person yet. David comes up to the holding cell in the jail at 9 a.m. and he said, you're due to be arraigned and I can't get the charging documents. I can't get the police report. I don't know what you're being charged with. I don't know what their statement is. This has happened twice now, and then David's got to make a bail argument for me, and he still doesn't have the opposition's argument. He goes back to the court. Lally finally gives him one copy of the affidavit, and he holds it through the bars, and we're both trying to read it at the same time. And they're saying, Attorney Yannetti, the case is being called, and David's saying, I haven't read. And right away, my mother said to me when I appeared in like a holding area in the court, and it was just my parents there, David had said he would expect it to take some time for an investigation. So as a whole, my team, my attorneys, me, my parents were surprised that it happened in such short order. This is such a good point. Pause for just a minute, because Boozy just reminded us that at this point, Carrie and Jen are texting one another about who is going to play them in the movie. And spoiler alert, Carrie, it's not Sandra Bullock. Sorry. Oh my God. Okay. I was arrested. Sorry, I'm like flying through this now, but we're on page 138 and there's 176 pages, and now I'm motivated to finish it. And so it's going to happen. I was arrested on February 1st. My mother said, I'm in there and I don't know what was going through your head, how you held it together. And she said, and she just kept looking at the seal, Massachusetts seal above the judge. And she was just said, I just kept praying to Mary. And I said, Mom, and I've read critiques of me that I didn't. First of all, I had a mask on, but why wasn't she crying? And I just wanted to go. I wanted to make bail or be given the opportunity to. I had just slept in a holding cell on a bench in jail. And all I was saying was, I don't care about where this goes a week from now. I don't want to go back to where I just came from. So when David's reading me the documents through the bars and holding the papers, I'm very intent on every word. And the first thing that stood out for me about halfway through is Michael Proctor at 5:30 seized my phone and my car. And in that moment, I thought, no, wait a minute, that he's got the time wrong. And this is my first foray into this world and all. So do you just have a rough swag of what the time is, or is it stamped somewhere? But I knew that was too late. I know that 5:30 in Massachusetts in January, it's pitch black outside. And I know they left well before it was pitch black outside. That bothered me. And that bothered us for a while. That ended up being, to fast forward ahead, that was kind of the unbuttoning of where this was emanating from, where this prosecution was emanating from. And it was my father and mother went into the archives with their alarm surveillance that we saw, wow, he's off by 78 minutes. And she says, he needs the car and the taillight discovery, which allegedly happened at 5:45. They cannot be geographically in the same place at the same time. Karen says, no, I'm not freaking out. I mean, I remember clear as day. My predominant thought was, I was worried about how are we going to pay this? What kind of liquidity I knew what I had, but it was such a horrendous with my health too, and just the monotony of being even in jail for an hour and just the claustrophobia of it and having to use this toilet with this cop watching me. I mean, it's my predominant thought through this was, I don't want to go back. I'll deal with all the other fallout. But where did I just lose my spot? I'll deal with all the other fallout and all these cameras on me, but I need to be released to my home or to my parents. That's what my main worry was. And it was the same when I got arrested again in June. And that was by surprise. I did not know that was even on the table. So when I got arrested in June, I really wasn't prepared. I hadn't showered. I'd been out cooking and doing yard work. I was dirty. And now the visibility is even higher because it's a murder charge. Oh, hey, turtle. But even at that time, like, I just have to be, what if I don't go home after this? Right. So that in that February day, then you're allowed to go home. Yeah. And go back to your house. Yeah. Gretchen, Bibbs, catch up. That's home. But you can't work or anything, right? Right. How'd that play out? As soon as John died that day, the 29th, I spoke to both, or at least talked to Fidelity, because my work for Fidelity is sometimes 7 days a week. Bentley, I just taught Thursday, the 27th. And I don't think I was even able to get, I think I might have emailed the department chair, and both employers said, yeah, take a minute here. And then I was charged on February 2nd publicly. Then I was put on leave by Fidelity, and Bentley gave my class to another professor. And I'd say, David, I'm trying to think, when did I start to like get it into gear? And it wasn't long after February 2nd. The problem was it was like squeezing water from a rock. I had this 12-page affidavit, and I didn't know what the scene looked like. Imagine if they had gone to the scene. This is only February 2nd. They were still finding taillight until February 18th. Like, what if they had just gone and taken a whole bunch of photographs then? I had this 12-page affidavit. I didn't know what the scene looked like. They're saying they found pieces of my taillight. When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Carrie, look at what I just did to my taillight. And I'm worried there's going to be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like a bulb is showing and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the taillight housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway. So I'm very curious what was found at the scene and what did it look like. And they're saying pieces of glass was found, but we had no photos of anything. We didn't even see what the body looked like. Your biggest crusade, David crusade was, can we have the autopsy? That's what you just kept pushing. We didn't get it we didn't get photos of John. They weren't even autopsy photos. They were just when he was pronounced dead until May. I think it was the 16th. So I tried to do research. I tried to stay as healthy as I could, but David and I were just scratching. We poured over that. I think it was a 12-page affidavit from February 2nd, just dissecting every word. And the first thing that stood out was it's not the time they took the car. I just didn't know the importance of that time until July last year when I was indicted. And then the gates opened a little bit with each discovery. And that's when we got the CERT team, and that's the crime scene recovery, state police, whatever the acronym stands for. I can't remember. I was working with my cousin Jen. We were going through all the discovery, and she called me like 2 a.m. I was reading. We both started at one end. We've heard the story. We were going to meet in the middle, and she calls me and she goes, Karen, they didn't find your taillight. So I couldn't figure out how they found my taillight. How did my taillight come to be at that scene? And she said, Karen, they didn't find your taillight until 5:45. And then we realized, hence the time, they've still got the car in the area of Dighton at 5:30, 35 miles. They were claiming, that it was there at the time. And then Gretchen asked about her picking the taillight at John's. And okay. never to be seen again or admitted to being seen again. Gretchen asks, so in all these months, you're basically kind of working on your case. Like, how are you spending your time? And Karen says, just trying to, the routine has saved me. Like, get up early, pray, read. I read a lot at the beginning just to occupy my mind. Like novels. Okay, Gretch. Yeah, like classics. We don't need to go through all the books she read. Okay. Then she reads about miscarriages of justice and a lot. Okay. So I was just trying to educate myself. And then once I was indicted, there was a lot to go over. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It felt like a lot of fluff. Very little description or evidence of the actual scene at Fairview, and a lot of what I fed John's niece for breakfast and what I was drinking, and nothing about anybody else. And just a lot of focus on me and the events surrounding finding John, but not much about the actual discovery of John. And a lot of inconsistencies across the witnesses. And we've had our work cut out for us ever since. I had two close friends, husband and wife. They were the ones we were supposed to meet at the hillside that night. And we didn't go. And we had a trip planned with them. They were probably our closest in Canton. They didn't have kids. I called them looking for John early that morning at about 4:45, and they didn't pick up the call. They both slept through it. They got called to testify before the grand jury. Her cousin, my friend, not Carrie Roberts, this woman, Carrie Curran, her cousin was advising her. He's an attorney. David knows him. And he said the best thing you can do for Karen is not talk to anybody. And they didn't talk to my PI. They didn't talk to Proctor. They didn't engage. But she was in my call log. They are Cantonites. And my guess is they were called in hopes. Now, Jen McCabe called her before the grand jury and said, you need to be, this sounds like witness intimidation. Hold on. Jen McCabe called her before the grand jury took place and said, oh, you need to, Turtle, are you still here? You need to be honest. Is that witness intimidation? Before going for the grand jury, you have to be honest. And anytime you know of Karen and John arguing, you need to tell them. And Carrie and her husband, Chris, both testified. We never saw them argue or heard about them arguing at any time. So after the grand jury, after they both testified, they came to my house that weekend, and Carrie said, as soon as this is over, as soon as we testify, we'll come see you. She came to my house and said, did you know Michael Proctor is like this with the Alberts? I said, wait a minute, what? This is after dinner, and it's about 10 o'clock at my house, and she's telling me all about the grand jury, and she goes, yes. When he was walking me out of the waiting room to go testify, he said to me, it's a shame that this has to happen to them. They're salt of the earth. We've been in weddings together. I've known this family forever. It's just, I feel terrible for them that they're going through this. And that was illuminating. This is all illuminating. And then it started to click. And I'm like, all right. So first of all, this feels like a scene in the movie where suddenly like the motivational music is playing, and it plays like a montage of her like staying up all night and working all day and like scouring books and Facebook. I'm like, all right. So first of all, it's Proctor, not Buchanan. And Buchanan was the more imposing, intimidating one when this all happened. But then Carrie and her husband Chris left, and I immediately went to Google and Facebook trying to find, can I prove what she just said to me? And it was probably about 4 a.m. I was on Michael Proctor's sister's Facebook, where she had like 1,300 publicly viewable photos. And it was the very last one was a wedding from, I think, 2012. And there are members of the Albert family, including Colin. He's the ring bearer. And at the end, it's Michael Proctor's sister's wedding. And there's Michael Proctor at the end. And there's Colin Albert. And that I immediately saved. And then I went back. Now this is true. These families know each other. And then I started combing more. Now I know who I'm looking for. I found pictures of Michael Proctor with Jennifer McCabe's children. Their antis are going to want us to say that actually wasn't her kids or something. I know these children. I've had them in my car. I've taken them to McDonald's. They've been to niece's birthday party that I arranged. Jen's daughter and niece are there. And, oh no, Jen's daughter and Jen's daughter are there. And Proctor in uniform at a pool. What a nerd. I don't know whose pool. I think his sisters with Jennifer McCabe's children and Proctor's niece. There's a cutting of a birthday cake. Proctor isn't in it, but his parents are. His sister is. His brother-in-law, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, Redacted Albert. What is this Redacted Albert? Is that Kevin Albert? What is Redacted Albert? And the entire extended family. Help. And I called my poor dad at 4 and I said, Dad, you would, oh, hold on, just pause for 1 second. They love to say that she called her dad because she knew that she hit John. It seems like she just calls her dad anytime she has anything she needs to say to him. I called my dad at 4 and I said, Dad, you wouldn't believe what I'm freaking finding right now. And then when I look at who they're all friends with the younger generation's friends and the other families' mothers, and they're commenting and loving, and the kids are cute, and I love all the boys, and it was like a troll. I don't even understand what that last sentence means. Oh, she's talking about the comments that they post each other's crap, and they all comment on each other. These families are absolutely integrally, oh, it's a kid. Okay. Integrally intertwined. I'm short-circuiting. Okay, we're getting through it. Over years, these are at Patriots games. I want Michael Proctor to know his tricks. It may have taken me a minute to catch up, but when I read back to that report that they made us wait, and David's reading it going up the freaking stairs in the courthouse, and this sprinkling of deceitful, using Alan's words, the formally introduced, when he wrote his affidavit that I was charged with on February 1st, he said that the taillight was discovered. Doesn't say the time. As integral and as important as it is to that story, he said the taillight was found. 3 paragraphs later, he says at 5:30. Now he has timestamps when the car was taken. Doesn't timestamp in his verbiage when the taillight was found. Sequentially, he writes this document the way he wants you to think it happened. He's lying about the time he towed the car, but he doesn't commit to the time he found the taillight. But he presents it in his narrative much earlier than when he even thought they happened in the reverse order. Okay, I feel like Karen might be short-circuiting too. Did any of those words make sense? Or is my brain just not working anymore? Okay. If he thinks he's outsmarting anyone, he doesn't know he's messed around with before. I don't know who he's messed around with before. I can imagine a long list, but it's riddled with this deceit. Yeah. How did he think this? I think I'm not a self-promoter ordinarily. I didn't talk about, I was living John's life and happily, but I was trying to stay in the background and just be John's girlfriend. My best guess is based on how hysterical and bewildered I was at 6 a.m. and then covered in blood just coming out of the psychiatric hold at my parents'. I must have made Michael Proctor think I was vulnerable and stupid. I knew this was bad. I just didn't know how it was being facilitated and what was the impetus. How was this strung together? Who was the puppet master here? And when she told me at 10:30, he's like, he went like this to her while escorting her out to testify. And also, by the way, it's a secondary point, but he's priming her. He's trying to influence how she's going to testify and what she's testifying about. And what is she testifying about anyway? That's what Gretchen asked. They asked her if she knew of John and I arguing, and if so, when, and what was the nature. Hold on. And like everyone else except for John's niece and nephew, who did testify that we argued on New Year's Eve, everyone else, every adult said, never heard of them arguing, never saw them argue. And the follow-up statement in front of the grand jury by Adam Lally was always, but isn't it fair to say John and Karen weren't complainers like that? You might not have, implying you might have, you wouldn't necessarily have known if they were. And when he didn't get the answer he wanted, hoping somebody somewhere would say, we saw these two get contentious in a public forum, he said, but John was a private guy, or you weren't that close to Karen, were you? And Carrie and my friend Carrie and her husband Chris said Carrie's exact words were, they felt like they were in a honeymoon phase. They would come over, probably went to Chris and Carrie's twice a month and cooked, would go out to dinner with them. And she said, yeah, they're always laughing. And then Gretchen asked, so this whole narrative about the toxic relationship, he wants to end it, run its course. Karen says, yeah, never. John had said to me, no, we have had arguments mainly surrounding the kids. That was the crux of it, of disagreements with us, was he felt I spoiled them. I was still trying to endear myself to them and trying to get close. And we were very close, but I did spoil them, absolutely. But I didn't also feel like it was my role to be a disciplinarian. It's a whole other issue. But no adult said, I would complain about John to John's sister-in-law, and she would complain about John's brother to me, more about issues with John's mother and her invasiveness and coldness. But nobody said that John said he was looking to break up with me or end it. Gretchen says, right. So you started to realize that Proctor, this whole web. Oh, by the way, are you at all talking to Jen McCabe? No. When was the last time you had any in front of 34 Fairview? That was it. When she said, your dad's worried about you, the police want you back here. That's the last time I talked to her. Also, I forgot to ask, as far as like a funeral and stuff, were you involved in that? I already had the protective order, I believe, so I couldn't go. I never got my belongings. I mean, I couldn't care less, but most of what I owned, I didn't want to be there. And then, no, I don't think like emotionally, I'm very religious, but I believe by February 3rd that just a broken shell of John, and it doesn't have much significance to me. I also had already been charged, so I didn't want to even leave my own house. I mean, I was taking my garbage barrels out and checking my mail at 7 at night when nobody could see me. I mean, I just, humiliating is an understatement. I didn't, I didn't leave my house much, and now I don't care. It was embarrassing. What do my neighbors think of me? What does my mailman know who lives here? Oh. And I mean, that's been a massive relief over the last 6 months, is the loss of my reputation. It's down the list, to my physical loss of John, but it stung. Honestly, Alan, we've been asked this question by others before. I feel that I grieved it more than, we talk about John's death every day. The first time I listened to that voicemail, I had a friend also listen to it with me at the same time. We were on a call because it was late. I didn't want to upset my parents, and it was jarring to hear that and to be transported back. Now we listened to it last night. We listened to it today. It's really amazed me how adaptive and resilient. And we were in that room. We were with someone David knows who's just was consulting. I swear, is her brain short circuiting too? What is happening? Pam was with us. Who's Pam? And my father and David said, I don't want you to send me the photos of him dead. I don't want them on my phone right now. So she said that to David. And David said, all right, just come to my office and we'll look at them. And my dad and I and Pam were around David's desk. And yeah, it was Pam Beasley. And David was flipping through them. And I looked and it took the breath out of me. And I looked at my father and I said, Dad, they beat the shit out of him. I hadn't seen him under a fluorescent light, naked, and yep, flawless, pristine from the clavicle down, with the exception of his right arm and bruises on his hands. Because I'm just going to power through. And now we look at those photos, and I have the most schizophrenic photo library on my phone. Court suits and John's wounds. And we've expanded after that day. My father and I got in the car. I cried in the lobby when I got downstairs, and it hit me. This is true. David and I would have 2 and 3 hour meetings once a week with my father, and I cried for a minute. And my dad said, come on outside. You'll be fine. He said, you've been through so much. And he, kissed my head. And then we would call my mother once we got on 93 and tell her what happened with David. And I said, Mom. And she goes, what did the photos look like? And I said, he has these gashes on his arm. And she said, Karen, it sounds like animal marks. And I said, oh my God, that's exactly what it is. And then I talked to a friend of mine in Canton. And I said, Tom Beatty, do they have a dog? And he said, I think they have a German Shepherd, but let me ask my daughter, a teenager who knows Colin. And he said, yeah. He goes, in fact, I redid their basement 2 years ago, and they had to restrain the dog. And they would tell me, call before you get here. The dog can't even be out at all. And they lock it in a bathroom. And we didn't know what caused, we hadn't even seen them, David, before May. We just knew he had these lacerations on his arm. Gretchen says, so then when you are starting, after the conversation where you're seeing this like web of relationships, was that like a holy shit moment? Okay, wait, let's take one break right now because I literally am like starting to not see straight. Can we listen to Proctor Defender and then we're going to finish because we're just powering through at this point. We're going to listen to Proctor Defender and maybe one more song, and then we're going to power through and finish it. Oh my God, I've done a stream for 5 hours before by myself. You guys, this is crazy. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, it's always time for Proctor Defender. Honestly, I don't even know why I ask. Okay, see you guys in a minute.
The life of a Proctor Defender. Send some texts that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man. No homo, not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident there's no corruption, so what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frame Kevin Reed and we're in the clear, then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Please judge, don't let these text out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the Emmy? Not so much. How about other laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew they're gayer than the flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate, cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black, and as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh!
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
Stop, stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a Proctor defender.
McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. We got you right where we want you. We're gonna threaten you with defamation lawsuits. Got Alan Damon shaking in their boots. They scared they bit off more than they can chew. Hold on, wait a minute, what does that say? 23 pages in and I'm only halfway. How the hell did they call our bluff? We thought our empty threats would scare them off. Now they're out here calling us the House defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit. Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. It's not pleasant to be a House Defendant. Iggy getting tipsy off that Jameson and ginger. Never thought that I would be a penny pincher. The sweet whacker got me down to my last dollar. I still think she wants this decorated dude. I should call her. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. Now they're out here calling us the House Defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit. Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. House Defendants. We are House Defendants.
Little tiny me. Okay, we're going till 6 o'clock. I have a redirect set up to Melanie, and that's perfect because I'm currently being held hostage in this room because I just opened the door to try to go use the bathroom, and my son is out there. And I just slunk back in because if he thinks he can come in, then we'll never get to finish this. You have to tell me how to pronounce this. His mom has a adorable dog that looks like Chloe, but I'm positive does not act like Chloe, and said, "This has been fascinating. Thank you for reading it to me while I've been out hiking and grocery shopping. I love that so much. I'm happy to keep you company." And yeah, can we do something that are not fireworks sometime in the future? Because these poor animals. I mean, not your poor dogs about you singing Proctor Defender. They have to get used to that. But okay, add a stage. Here we go. We're in the final stretch. At this point, just to reset the scene, we are at the part where they finally learn about the lacerations on John's arm. And Gretchen asks, so then when you are starting after the conversations where you're seeing this, like web of relationships, like, was that like a holy shit moment? Gretchen, babes, what's happening? Yeah, it was one of the biggest. I have a numbers background. I would always joke if it weren't for Microsoft Excel, I wouldn't be employable. But then I started taking all of the discovery from the grand jury and putting it into a separate spreadsheet and trying to see patterns. Every key witness the key witnesses that said incriminating things about me were all interviewed by Michael Proctor. And all the ancillary witnesses, people that were at the bar, Nick and Karina, and Chris and Carrie Curran, and Paul O'Keefe and his wife Erin, were all interviewed by somebody else, usually Buchanan. But the taillight discovery, the towing of the car, the interview of Jen, the interview of Brian and Nicole it was a clear assignment of what was the pivotal evidence and it was like Proctor. There was one day he was in like 6 places at once. He was interviewing Brian Higgins. He was interviewing Nicole Albert. He was processing John's car at Meadows. And I put on like, geez, he was somewhere every hour. Is that even efficient? Or he couldn't even divide and conquer? Hey, Kyle Sharkey, if you're still here, can we get Proctor's GPS from, is that February 3rd? When he interviewed February 1st or February 3rd when Higgins interviews was? He had to be at the helm for all the key moments of the investigation. And then Yannetti says, so, my letter basically said, you're presenting evidence to a grand jury. I want you to call Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert as witnesses. This is what he just told us about at Aiden's fundraiser. And we were at a court appearance in Stoughton, and it was in May, and that was the last one before you were indicted. And before the court started, Lally took me into the foyer and said, Dave, no, I got this letter, and we've already put in Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. But Colin Albert, he goes, he wasn't there that night. Why would I call him? Do you have any information for me? And I said, Adam, I'm just telling you, he has information, and we're asking you to put him. And he goes, so you're not going to tell me anything? And I said, no. I said, I've already told you in the letter. Then for the first time after that, I think 3 witnesses testified after that date. And Karen corrects him, 4, his own parents and Brian and Nicole Albert. So Brian, Nicole, Chris and Julie, Tom Beatty, and Steve Scanlon. That's right. So then Gretchen says, so I'm kind of wondering how this is playing out as far as like people coming to you and like, I've got information. And Karen says, and to David, trickling. And now it's daily. David and Yannetti says, yeah, it's, and then they bleep something out. Gretchen says, and that's what I'm wondering when that kind of shift kind of happens. Karen says, I've had a few contacts, a limited few. I had 5. The Currans, who John and I were very close with, Tom Beatty, who's a single dad of 2 teenage daughters. He told our investigator early innings, probably about February 4th, Paul was at his house, and because Paul was saying, who can I talk to? And I said, well, these were all the people we were with. Most people wouldn't answer the door, but Tom, genuinely wanting to get to the bottom of this, did engage with my PI, as did the Currans, spoke with him briefly. And Tom said, all I know about 34 Fairview that night is there was underage drinking going on. I know that for a fact. He said my daughter Erin was invited to drink over there and she didn't go. At 12:33, her phone rang. 12:33, January 29th, 12:33 a.m., January 29th, her phone rang. When she woke up, I said, Colin Albert was calling your phone. Tom doesn't care for Colin Albert. He said, what is that? What is that shithead doing calling you with that? And she goes, I don't know. He goes, well, I want you to call him right now. I want to hear him explain why he's calling my 16-year-old's phone at 12:33. Hell yeah, Tom. She actually sent him a Snapchat, which we don't have evidence of except her own words. And she said, what was up last night? What were you calling for? And he wrote back, according to Erin on Snapchat, which disappears, never mind, all good. So, and Tom is not dramatic or looking to insert himself. He just genuinely cared for John and is skeptical about all these circumstances he's reading about. And he said Colin was there. As soon as he said that, he told my investigator, who told David, who told me, and I said, well, that's interesting because John didn't have issues with anyone except one. And I mean across the town, across the department, across the Alberts, the McCabe's, the Reeds, anyone. And that was this 16-year-old kid that told John to fuck himself in front of his adopted children. I said, so you're telling me Colin was there? And that's that punk down the street who drinks on a Sunday and dumps his beers in the bushes of this guy's house. And then David got a call from someone using an alias saying John was beaten up by Brian Albert and the nephew. Didn't name him, but said the nephew. And then Yannetti says, that was the day of your arraignment. Karen says, oh, that was on February 2nd. Yeah, actually. I got an anonymous call. Well, he gave me a name, but it was a fake name. And Karen said, he said they broke his nose. And he said when John didn't come to, Brian and a federal agent dumped his body on the front lawn. Then there was a little blip. And then Karen says he's on the witness list. Gretchen says Brian Higgins is. And was this like a kid was there or this adult? How did this person have this information? That's what we're all wondering, Gretchen. Finally, good question. We don't know. We don't know except for the fact that he was good friends with Brian Albert. There are social media photos of the two of them together. Karen says over many years, like 20 years, 10 years ago, 2 years ago. And then Gretchen says, so you get that. So you're really like kind of not to, it was pretty quick when people are starting, you're starting too. Gretchen, what are we doing here? Okay. Karen says somehow Karen understood what she was asking from that and said, we got a lot right away when I was charged through the tip line and then Gretchen says, no, I mean, it's true. Yeah. So where does like Turtle Boy come in? When does what now she's freaking is she getting nervous because she's about to ask about Turtle Boy and she's like starting to stutter and can't figure out how to make sentences? So where does like Turtle Boy come in? When does he are you in contact with him or are you not allowed to say? He says no. Karen says, no, I didn't even know he existed. My closest male friend that I've known my whole life, he was trying to just, a lot of my friends were trying to distract me last summer, send me funny things, talk a little, and then try to, see any good shows or movies. And my friend John sent me a Turtle Boy article last summer. And he said in the text, didn't you date this guy? Meaning the subject of the article, the convict. And he goes, hey, didn't you used to date this guy? Facetiously. And I thought, he goes, this guy is so funny. John's a merchant marine. And he goes, everybody on the ship follows this guy. And I'm like, not my cup of tea. Then I think the Google search is what, and then Gretchen just says, reach out like, AJ says she can explain that. How I connected with Alan. I was speaking to a former colleague at Fidelity and I said, I need help and we need evidence. I need help. I don't know what kind of help, but my resources are very limited. And once I got charged with murder, David's asked because the stakes are higher. I mean, everything gets ratcheted up, including the fees. And he said, what you could do is call the Academic Criminal Justice Institutes and see if there's any. I think we were trying to get internal affairs reports and maybe work with the ACLU. What can I do? What can I get on these cops? How can I dig into Brian Albert? I think that was initially how it started. I called Northeastern, BU, BC, Harvard, and the only person who would engage with me was the receptionist at the Harvard Law Criminal Justice Institute. And I said, this is Karen Reed. I'm the defendant. I explained the gist of it. My boyfriend was a cop, and I believe he was murdered. And she said, well, we only engage with people with no resources charged with misdemeanors, so you're out on both. And she said, but hold on a minute. And she put me on hold, and she said that the director of the program, Professor Christian Williams at Harvard, he'll speak to you. And he was very professional, and he listened, and he said, you may need to start looking into getting the cell phone data. And I said, all right. And David and I we had gone, and we just didn't know exactly technically how to go about it. And he said, you need to look into the Kevin Spacey case that was tried in Nantucket and see if you can get your hands on the motions or a template for the motions they filed. And I said, Christian, can you help? And it kind of meandered sideways for a couple of months. And then it was that May, we started pushing in on the geofence data. And that was from Christian. And then once I was charged with murder, the things felt scarier in terms of the level of corruption I was up against. I said, we can't get a template for how to get this data. We wanted a geofence, the parameters of what phones connected to Wi-Fi and pinged at the Alberts lot. It was a very specific ask. I want that too. We weren't looking to read text messages or look at phone records yet. We just wanted to know who was present because the Colin thing scared us. That, well, who the hell else isn't named? Was he there alone? He's with a bunch of middle-aged people drinking, and we're told there was underage, so we didn't even know who was there and who the people were who weren't there. And finally, I think August 12th, I want to say, I said every day has to be a day I did something. Took one small step forward. And I looked up the case and I read about Alan and Liza and I called Worksman Jackson. It was 11 a.m. my time. Alan's and Liza's partner, Mark, was driving into the parking lot garage and he said, yep, Kevin Spacey, you want my partner, Alan Jackson. And he did pick up the call. He hung up with me and then I found your email somehow. I emailed Alan and I just said, murder of a Boston cop. I just wanted to hook him. I needed somebody to talk to me. And by August 28th, we had a conference call, the four of us and my dad in David's office here. And I had sent them photos of John's body. And David was explaining the case to Alan. And Alan said, I just got to interrupt you for a minute. I remember it so clearly. And he goes, Alan says to David, how the fuck are you saying he got these injuries? And that's what made you realize this is not vehicular homicide. And then now they're just trying to figure out what date that was. Gretchen says, I mean, I take it that there are so many Facebook pages now. You know, I keep going down these rabbit holes. I'm like, I've got to stop. Gretchen, is that a question? Gretchen? You start reading the comments and you can't stop. Do you read those? Yeah. Do they bring you comfort? I read a lot of them. As I mentioned earlier, the loss of my reputation has stung. It's down the list and it's on the list. And I think about Thursday night, January 27th, I was introduced to my class for the first time. That was the first meeting of the spring semester. I had nephew with me, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're just rehashing some things. It was painful. Her dad's been there since 1979. Okay. So my closest friend, coincidentally named John, sent me a post of Turtle Boy right around the time of the Google search, and Turtle Boy's public post was, quote, I'm just catching up on a case of a cop left out in the cold and my jaw is on the floor. So my friend John is aware I wasn't following Turtle Boy. John said, Karen, I love this kid and he's looking at your case. Oh my gosh, it's almost like Karen is saying that she didn't call up Aiden and say, I will promise you fame and fortune if you keep the secret that I hit John O'Keefe with my car. Wow. My friend John insists, like, this guy, he's dogged. He's not afraid of anything. He'll uncover stuff that other people aren't. So I just kept my eye out. Oh, she just kept her eye out. That's all. She just kept her eye out. Like, what's he going to do? And now they're just saying random words for a little bit. And it happened at the same time as the basketball search, which also wasn't in the report, nor was the how long to die at 6:23 that she admitted to. There was no Google activity in the Celebrate report that was handed over to us as gospel. Gretchen, we stumbled in the 92-page something medical records of John. In a footnote at the bottom said all tissue samples from the deceased would be discarded after 180 days of the autopsy. Destroyed is what I meant to say. We happened upon that in the nick of time, luckily, had a hearing on the docket where we ordered preservation of the tissue samples taken from John's wounds. We can assume they weren't going to be preserved, and we never got confirmation they actually were preserved, but we had a motion to the state to mine their own evidence. David made an appointment last May to have my car examined by a reconstructionist that I paid for. We retained her. She went to the Middleborough State Police Barracks to examine my car. It gets backed out from Trooper Paul. The entire housing, unbeknownst to us. First of all, I never would have sent and paid when I'm trying to marshal resources. I never would have sent someone there to examine the taillight that has been it's just wires. The entire housing, not the plastic, the whole housing, bulbs, everything removed. And that's how they presented the car to us. They also took out the infotainment system. The whole dashboard was gone. The car was stripped. It was worthless. So there's nothing for her to view. It was completely worthless to our expert. But they didn't tell us that. This is crazy. Karen says, no, they didn't. We had to go find it for ourselves. And we still haven't had access to the event data recorder, to the taillight, or to the taillight pieces. We can't even look at them through a glass window. Oh my gosh. Gretchen says, yeah, you guys have to get going. Oh my God. I had so many more questions. Why didn't you ask them when you had the chance? How are you paying for all of this? I mean, this has got to be, I mean, is that a terrible question to ask? Gretchen, you're a reporter. I feel the two firms represented in this room are being very fair with me. I had some savings when this happened. I've relied on friends and family. And we just started a GoFundMe. My experts have just eclipsed my attorneys. So every time the amount of work from these three and from our cell phone expert that went into preparing for an evidentiary hearing that Judge Cannoni made room for on May 25th and canceled the previous day, May 24th. Every time they push back, they have to write affidavits, lengthy details, and make sure they know backwards and forwards. How do we verify? How do we anticipate them pushing back on the time? What was that basketball search? And what are they admitting to? And then it just evaporates into thin air, but that's costly. They can accommodate me as best they can, and they have. I'm on borrowed time. But the experts I haven't even met, they're not even local. I have to, and I should pay, and I should pay for their time. But even just one time sending, Kerry Alvino to examine the car, that was a 15 or 2,500 retainer to go look at something she wasn't even able to look at. So $500,000 they wanted. Okay. Gretchen asks, what do you think happened to John? And then she starts to answer, and then AJ says, I don't. And then Gretchen says, right. How are you just furious? How are you I can't imagine being in your shoes. Gretchen, you just said you had so many questions you wanted to ask. All you want to know is, how are you furious? Okay. I'm not incited. I feel adjusted to this reality. I take comfort in knowing and reading these books about other defendants have helped me to realize how fortunate I am that being squarely middle class still puts me in a good position and struggling and having access to these people. So I try, as trite as it sounds, I try to see the glass half full, that what if I didn't have my parents to help? I'm in the phase where my parents are helping me month to month. My resources, I have one untapped resource that we're using as a fail-safe if this goes to trial. It makes me really sad. They were so hopeful it was going to get thrown out. Nothing surprises me anymore. Ever since that night that my friend told me how deep this is, it's gone even deeper, we think, with who's involved and where this corruption goes. And I just think I was naive before this happened. This time last year, I don't want to say hate, but I have a lot of hate and I have a lot of love and support. And I feel, Gretchen, that it's a disservice to the people who are here for me to just be filled. It's not healthy. I can't do that to my aging parents. It murkies the water. And I will tell you, for a long time now, for a year, maybe a little less, David, you probably know the turning point, but I would not trade places with Jennifer McCabe or Brian Albert or Brian Higgins or Nicole Albert. I would not trade places with Jennifer McCabe or Brian Albert or Brian Higgins or Nicole Albert. I feel much more optimistic about my future and my trajectory than theirs. And my father said to me early, John's dead and you're alive and we have you. And I'm not incarcerated. And that June 10th, when I got paraded in like I was at the Roman Colosseum in ripped jeans, which is what Yuri Buchanan grabbed from my closet because I was wearing pajamas, got a closet full of suits I've worn over the years. He grabs my ripped jeans and flip-flops. And David comes into the holding cell. And David said, they want $500,000. And David, you didn't use these words, but basically implying like your father's beside him. You and your family don't have the liquidity right now. They'll bring you to jail. So I was on the precipice of something really ugly and dark. And so I feel lucky. I do feel lucky. And then Gretchen says, I've taken a lot of your time. Can I circle back with you guys? And then Karen says, sunlight is the best disinfectant. It has been our motto. And I've lived that. End of interview. I, Karen Ann McGill, blah, 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 blah. Thank you. We did it. That was eye-opening. You guys, we did it. Thank you so much for being here. I have the redirect set up to go to Melanie in 1 second. Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Tully said, I was so worried about the little birds last night where I am. You're like a superhero at this point, Emily. This is too painful for us to do alone, but we have to just to honor Karen's hell. I 1000% agree. Debbie Licious has been a member for 7 months and said, loving your FOIA and Find Out streams. Me too. Genuine became a YouTube member. Thank you so much for being here, for getting, we did it. I really do, I'll talk for 2 seconds and then we're going to go. I really do feel like reinvigorated reading that, to continue, not to like have Karen in the forefront. I think I've kind of lost, like people say John got lost. Like I feel like I've lost Karen a little bit in the whole narrative in my mind. And I've been so focused on like the big picture of what this means for all of Massachusetts, which I still think is important, but also just to like have Karen in my mind when we're doing this work and to like honor what they put her through and to prove to Karen that this struggle was not in vain and that she ignited something that is not going to stop until we get all the way to the bottom of all of it, however long that takes. And with that, I will see you guys at Melanie's. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I'm not going to speak for the rest of my life. Bye, guys.
If you need a place to breathe, some stress to just relieve, then come watch Emily see, where we keep it drama free. We want justice for John O'Keefe, Aiden and Kelsey, wave bye-bye to Morrissey. Let's clean up Norfolk County. Emily C, the one we need, reading sidebars with Corey, writing hang diaries, giving the people what they need. It's my pleasure to entertain, keeping you laughing makes my day. Positivity all the way. What do we tell Satan? Not today. And now it's time to say goodbye. But before we say goodnight, just keep one thing in mind. Please like, comment, subscribe.